Dr. Sharma. First of all, let me congratulate Prof. Pant. Normally, such days are celebrated by education institutions or by the government. It's first time I'm saying that Prof. Pant has taken an initiative to celebrate the day, National Day. Let me also share with you about a year back, we published a photograph of Pant. I'm sure most of you might have seen the Pant computer photograph. Some of you might have seen. It's about 1 year back. And it was just left at that. Earlier we were having some meeting with Dr. Pant and on Sunday day. And Dr. Pant gave 2 books to Dr. R.C. Sharma. And we were traveling together. And one of the books was by Nikhil Kapoor. I happened to browse through and I picked the book from him. I said, I'll read it. And then we read it later on. And then I read about the aspects of quantum computing, what Nikhil Kapoor talks about the quantum efficiency, which is going to be the future. And when I saw this book, I said, they are the future. If quantum is future of the world, AI is future of the world, and the three basic revolutions which are going to take place, AI already started. Implementing AI started, large language model is started. Next is the quantum computing. And in next 5 or 10 years, by the time you go to the college and etc., you might have a laptop with the concept, commercialization of quantum computing. That's going to be another thing. And by the time we are out of the water, you might find that solar energy has taken over hydrogen energy, etc. With the public will have participation with hydrogen together. So these are the future, and these are the future revolutions which are going to take place, and it's not too far. In fact, when the quantum started, was also when very soon. And the big bang came in 2019 and 2020. Then the Silicon Valley started clearing this place, everything is going to change. So that's a change likely to take place. Now, Celebrating Day is very important to reach out to the largest number of audience people in the country to know what changes are likely to take place in course of time. And to speak on this day, we have 3 eminent speakers on today with us. Dr. Ratan Datta is very well known in this field. He has started from when from the computer was I remember the first time when I saw the internet in Korea when the first time one of the scholars from USA told that I'm getting the food security data on this desktop in the 1928 that the internet was not there. And the computer was there. So when the first time computer came, I think on this. So today we are at the level that each one of you are having that now I'm talking about. We have very young speaker, Dr. Ratan Datta. Then we have very young speaker. I was asking somebody that to raise Mr. Karthik. Then talk here he is. So I was expecting that some senior person to be talking. I'm glad that you are here and you are to speak on this subject. And then we have our friend, Dr. Modia, always engaged and deeply engaged on the AI, quantum computing, and other things. We keep on doing as an engineer and everything. So the 3 speakers on this in this field, and I'll share with you some of my thoughts at a later stage. But now I'll take this opportunity to welcome all the speakers and all of you and young people in the tour of India and Richard Dr. Datta to make his observation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think Professor Pant has been always very kind to me. He has given me this opportunity to expose what happened in sometime in 1989 when we had the first supercomputer of India. I am telling the story of that. When he was handling the computer science department in EDU, I used to be having IBM 360. So I used to visit there and was their council member. When I retired, he made me in charge chairman of the committee of some 12 persons who wanted that ISRO can take up BCA and MCA course as a journal. So that time, and then when I was the coordinator of Indian University, he was then CEO of another private company, big company, where he put somebody to do my supercomputing projection so that I produced that, and K.K. Agarwal was the vice chancellor, and then I got special all type of things. So that's where I thank Professor Pant. Now, let me tell you about the story of the supercomputer. Sometime in the 80s, I was invited after I finished my UNDP fellowship, UNDP job in East Africa. I was invited in ECMW, European Center for Video Data Forecasting, which is located at Reading in UK. And they had their first supercomputers there, and they were working on the medium range weather forecasting for whole Europe. So when I went there, I pointed out the mistake in tropical area or monsoon area. These people were very excited. They invited me to become a senior scientist. But somehow that letter they sent it to my boss, they didn't send me the copy. So this continued circulating for 1 year or 2 years. And ultimately, I was sent for 6 weeks, not on a job, but as a fellow. Then I planned, because we had SAR, we planned that we can have a medium range weather forecasting system for SAR countries. So I prepared a document, and then Professor Jaspal had come as a senior consultant with Planning Commission and sent it to him, because he wanted that. Then he became our secretary, DSP. Our department changed from tourism, civil aviation to the DSP, and Professor Jaspal became the secretary. So such started. Then Bangladesh wanted the center to be open there. He said, all right, we open it, but we started our own process of building up. That's all. This supercomputer, which is lying now as a sample in 62 sector of Noida, NCMR Ganjot's office, which I purchased 35 acres of land for 800 rupees per yard. And that supercomputer is lying as a model. Now we have much bigger places. So this was a story, and Rajiv Gandhi was, I don't know what was happening, but somehow he forced him to come on 25th March, which was Sunday. And then we invited all the secretaries of the government of India to come to IMD campus, and whole process was done. Then suddenly, because we were very close going to the US embassy, start with dinners and that, I found somebody, I don't want to give the name, DRDO person. He thought, well, I have a senior officer in DST, and I can get anything but before. Now that made the government of USA to send 11% team from Pentagon to sit on my head for 2 days to see what secret information is being used. That's why that was the type of thing which supercomputers used to handle. So that's where I found what is this? Why do you come all these places? You could have asked me directly. No, sir, because that's all I faced the problem, but that's all. The supercomputer was there. We started weather forecasting. I hope students weather forecast are good. So I have been talking about quantum computing because I was taught quantum physics by Professor Olive of Delhi University. He came to Punjab University to give a lecture series for 6 weeks on quantum computing. And then Dr. Kothari was my examiner for my dissertation, which I did alphabet studies on all types of things are involved. So this, okay. Now, we have been talking about quantum computing, but before that, supercomputing, we went to that very large instructive word, which was very good. Next. So we talked about superscalar and instruction pipeline, all the things we used to talk to students. Next. This is the vector processor. This is the system which we had of three. This is the vector processor. Those things are available. I think you are going to talk about it more next. These are the scalar registers and these are the vector registers. That type of things which are there in the place of the computer. Next. These are the things which are there. Vector register, file and trace and EDU system. Because I wrote articles on various machines and journals on EDU system. Because after stage they wanted EDU system to be more popular, but still it is more popular. Next. So this was the another interesting thing which I have been always talking, Amdahl's law. 1967, Amdahl said if you have more processors working on the same computer, the things will be worse. 10 processors will be giving you output less than 1 processor. Whereas if the Stockton is 88, changes from 3-phase load, that it can happen. It can really have a curve like this. That means it should not come 0, it will become like this. So that, so when we went for benchmarking, we had a team of 3 persons. I was from Miami, then we became member of BSC, and there was a person from BSC and there was a person from IIT Delhi. 3 of us there, but I had sent my programs, everything there. So their problem was, we wanted to see where, because Cray computer is named after Samuel Cray, the person who devised the system. So it was a village, which is very slow industry. So Ram Gupta, who was BTech from IIT Kanpur, had done PhD there, was processing to do KYMP. So we said we must go there. They said, no, it is very difficult, but we told the Cray people to take us to the village, and we found the Cray was being manufactured there. And Ram Gupta came to India as a special order for giving a lecture. I said, why do you have only 8 processors? Why don't you have multiple thousands of processors? He said, no, I want to be happy with 8 processors. But when he came in 92, after 88 paper, he had already done 266 processors. That's the type of thing we discussed. Today, the Cray system which is having at NCMR is having about 2,000 processors working together. So that, and there are, if you see supercomputer on the top, at the moment is IBM, China is the number 2, it is having millions of processors working together. So that type of thing has happened. Right? So this is what Mahabharata I said, because you object, you are talking at the time, we wanted few horses, but now we are talking of few arms, multiple arms, millions of arms, and that's where the present supercomputers are working on that. Next. So this is the type of thing which is happening, that is 210 to 230. So therefore, all the things come to ultimately end up at quantum computing. That I have been talking to various universities, IITs and all that, of quantum computing from starting with supercomputing. I have been talking about quantum computing So this is one process of using of this is one goes on next. So this is the process of using liquid processor and solid processor. Solid means sulfur and phosphorus. So these are the various things which are being used after electrons which are being used properly. Okay. So Moore's law, study of method of atomic level. This is again Dr. Feynman, who was the Nobel laureate of 1980, which is the diagram. He is the person who really said why you go from higher level to the lower level. That means you go from metric and come to micrometer and nanometer. Why don't you go from below up? That means from electronic go above. So this is the this is the diagram where we have possibility of both superposition as well as entanglement of to study about this. Entanglement happens superposition. So the same thing can be happening 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. So these are the things which can happen. So prime factorization in cryptography, people show algorithm, hard classical computation becomes there. So that is why number of I found only one Indian scientist came, who was the earlier student of IIT Delhi, Love Grover, who did a wonderful job of doing end search in and undergoing science. This was well-known paper, which is referred all the time, but I don't know what happened later. I have not seen it, any research by research. That's the wonderful thing to do. So this is the research process of biology and all that. So next. Okay, this is the particular process which is architect to architect. So this is the architect of the process. Next. Okay, next. Gamma diagram. Next. 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 Oh, this is one diagram which I want to show. It looks right from 1900, somebody was working on computer. You know, Turing test and all that. You know all these things. Now, first only 3 people got the Nobel Prize to use the computer. Now, no computer guy gets the Nobel Prize. It's because it's known as technology. Only they get Turing Prize. So that's what you can see. The flags, quantum hypothesis, and so on you go right up to this is the experiment we have to come to the 82. Okay, that's the 81. So this, I have seen the movie by a friend who was known as a crack scientist, who wanted to build up system from there. And he worked 2 years as a special officer with Microsoft. And next year, he started doing all type of things. He said, already he's a Nobel laureate, he was in part. But this led to the concept of building up quantum computing. Right? So this is there. So you can see 1990, next 1900, that flag, quantum hypothesis, Albert Einstein, electric flag, Niels Bohr and the Bohr models, we know, and then we say Warning Heisenberg, uncertainty principle, next. So then Einstein put out 3 organs of the basic questions and completed of quantum mechanics. Then 1930s, John Newman and mathematical framework for quantum mechanics, they developed the mathematical framework for computers and all that. Richard Feynman, vision of quantum computing came from Richard Feynman and Paul Benford and quantum Turing machine. And let me tell you, Turing was very helpful in World War II. He was a scientist, but was very helpful. But somehow that after the World War, he was sentenced to death because he was also कोई problem नहीं है. We can say that he was what is that, homosexual. So that's why he was punished to death. But during death, during war, is most important in the today. Next. So David said, and late 98, research on personal knowledge games started. People showed the algorithm. First person algorithm was built up in 1994. 1996 with Love Grover. The first can search a database of n electrons, any n element in roughly n under root steps. Whereas generally log n can be done, but this is n under root steps very well. Next. So 213 V-based system and quantum annealing. Then Google in 2019 has built up a quantum computing with 53 qubits. And 2020, IBM has built up a new system with again and next. 2022, India finally led agreement. I think Prime Minister was talking to the lady who was running the Prime Minister that we should work on quantum computing together, and that became an important mission. And I think India was also well. India and finally the IIT Madras, IIT Pune, and CDEC Pune. They developed 5 qubit systems. I hope one can hope that 128 qubit system will come. It will solve all the problems. Because all system problems, we have to redo everything. Because what cannot be done in few minutes can be done in 10,000 years. So there are some problems with any supercomputer of the other type, with the electronic computer, can take 10,000 years. This quantum computer can take few seconds or few minutes to be done. That's what is the future. Future lies with the Professor said. Future lies with quantum computing. Hopefully, I don't know, because I never imagined that we could come to the quantum computer like your mobile. But maybe, yeah, but I don't know. But quantum computing, as you know, is a very, it has been going on since 1994, but still it has not come to the production level because research mode is being used. So, algorithm we are seeing global based quantum algorithm and cryptography. So, cryptography, all your rules will change because cryptography will go to the fun because 128 bits will make everything useless. So, that's why what we will happen next. So, at the 30 phase of ITC from 1958, 1950 or so, because that's our quantum error correction problem is more important because and then life of the electron are proton at that stage, when excited stage is 2 nanoseconds. That means you have to do all the calculations within that time. So all technology, new paradigm, unlike the digital is when you are changed, digital is very susceptible to time, but now we see quantum computing is much more susceptible to time because it requires much smaller time in memory. Right? So a single electron trapped in the case of atom, electron remains in excited state in microseconds, duration of each pulse, nanoseconds, listing a number of computation steps. So that's important. Constructing quantum dot is very simple. How to cram thousands of lasers into tiny space technology is evolved. That's what the research is going on. Other laws use of invisible atoms are the polarization of laser light as in previous video, and that's again another problem. Next. So go to sea of molecules and store information, then use the effect of magnetic field and relate 1 or 0 in the direction of spin. Electromagnetic resonance, Dr. Gentry is spearheading this technology. Problem of coherence is most important. research center in India, India which is 5 years focus on quantum algorithm, information apparent network, IIT Madras and Malaysia Research Institute in Allahabad, India, private sector each year investment because after I think the government of India started talking of quantum computing for 2 years back with the Finland and everybody. That time they started working. But I don't think in the 1990s or 2000 or 2020 anyone is working on quantum computing. We have been giving lectures on quantum computing, but not anybody has been working on it. Yeah, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research made a 5 students quantum computer, right? We also permitted to have 7 students with CIF are doing fundamental work. International cooperation, PM Modi, South PM, Sana, Mari, regarding DI and quantum computing. Yeah. Because I was given only half an hour, I just tried to cover up this. So that's the basic thing. After retirement, I have been working with EDU and also working with Garrett. Garrett is Godal Educational Institute of Research and Technology. I am already director there with my wife, their principal. Now the secretary member is sitting there. So we have thoughtful realization. We have ignored BCA, MCA, postgraduate diploma, and geoinformatics, all these things learning. And then we have an ITI, we run COPA and database group. And then we have PSI, and all these tests are being done. We have world-class lab there, so we run all types of tests. So things are going well, and then we married. This is a typical area, which is not far out from where I was working with GST. So it's close there. So that's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Taking us from the time the supercomputer was introduced in India, and then moving on to from supercomputer to quantum computing. That's the kind of story we have taken us from there. And we are also mentioning about two of very important persons in Indian science. Particularly, we talked about Pant, who is actually a very key person in introducing many things innovative manner in ISRO and subsequently on the computation system also. And he also talked about the Prof, who was the first person to think about physics and education development. But from taking the supercomputer, he moved on to the quantum computing. And one big name he took was who got the Nobel Prize for Finland, Richard. What was a very big change which has brought to the system of computing in the world. You heard about 0 and 1? Have you heard about 0 and 1? Yes, it's Purani Kahani. And then 0 and 1, which we thought was a physical meaning. And Finland there could be something more. And from something really so quantum, you can put it more information, and there could be simultaneously 0, 1 and then moving in it. And that's a big change. And that's what from the brought out how we started coming after that, so we down to 1959 to today. And today we have four major quantum computers in the world. Sycamore is one of them, but we will talk later on some of these aspects. But I must communicate he used that how things go. Talking and doing, explaining one thing, but doing is another important thing. Developing supercomputer are the way that we through in and then now knowing how quantum is going to, quantum computer is going to change the world. Thank you very much for enlightening the audience on this aspect. And now, what we can talk about. Yeah. Okay, now I would like to invite a young scholar Dr. Mr. Tavarma, the Carpenter, student, best student of the Science International School, Lanka. So much fantastic and many times practice that's ready. Let us welcome Professor Nico Padre, greatest join us. So thank you for coming.
When you choose to be, to look at the things you look at. Good morning to one and all present here. I'm Karthik Verma, a 12th grade student, currently studying at the Prof International School. It's privileged to speak and put forward my views and thoughts about the Indian National Quantum Mission on the occasion of World Quantum. Firstly, question arises, what is quantum? For quantum arises from Latin, meaning an amount. It is the small increased unit of a thing. The Indian National Quantum Mission is a visionary initiative aimed at propelling India the forefront in quantum science and research. The Union Cabinet approved the mission on 19th of April 2023, which was chaired by our Honorable Prime Minister. The web initiative India will be the country to have a dedicated quantum mission up to Europe, Austria, Finland, France, and China. The mission offers revolutionary capabilities that promise to redefine communication, cryptography, and sensing, led by the interdisciplinary team of scientists, engineers, and policymakers. The mission seeks to accelerate the development and deployment of quantum technology across various sectors, including healthcare, finance, defense, and beyond. The mission aims to position the nation as a global leader in quantum science and technology. NQS is expected to set up four mission hubs in quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum sensing and meteorology, and quantum materials and devices, which will essentially be Austria or academia, R&D lab, and industry. Well, it's true, the things we do have certain objectives that are really critical. Certainly, this mission also has. Number one, quantum research and development. The mission aims to foster a vibrant ecosystem for quantum research, innovation, and skill development. Quantum communication and computer. INQS emphasizes the development of secure quantum communication networks. The quantum resistance cryptography essential for safeguarding sensitive information in the digital age. Third, quantum computing. The mission seeks to advance India's capabilities in quantum computing with a focus on developing indigenous computers, hardware, software, and algorithms. Quantum sensing and meteorology. INQS endeavors to leverage quantum sensing and meteorology for applications in precise measurements, imaging, and navigation, with potential implications in healthcare, research, and environmental monitoring. Number five, human resource development. INQS efforts place significant emphasis on training and nurturing a skilled workforce in quantum science and technology. The INQS stands as a testament to India's ambition to leverage quantum science and technology for the betterment of society and the advancement of knowledge, positioning the nation as a player in the quantum revolution. The technologies that rely on quantum phenomena are all around us. The first wave of quantum technology gave us the transistor. We also have another example. For example, MRI scanners for medical imaging, lasers, solar cells, electron microscopes, atomic clock, and many more examples just like these others. As we embark on the historic journey with the Indian National Quantum Mission, let us remember that the pursuit of knowledge is a collective effort. Let us collaborate, inspire, and pave the way for a quantum powered future. The best way to know, I would like to conclude myself. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you very much for narrating the kind of changes which are likely to take place. And let me share with you a secret. He is not a physics student. Think of all. That's the case. But today, it is not limited to those who are learning the physics or who are doing the physics. But anyone who is interested can do things which are of, and that the system anyone can do. That's very important aspect. We also know about the system and after that, we can give a loss to God. None of them have gone to college and we didn't know anything of computer. They have become the brilliant computer person. Yes, that's what the secret. I didn't know the computer. That's what the secret. I said that this is the secret of the those who are not there, because they can pick up life and then they contribute to the kind of a. So we had a very good presentation by him and we talked about crypto and crypto's enemy is content. That's it happened. That cryptocurrency, blockchain, etc. are not breakable, or they are breakable with the content. But the one thing you must remember that at the back of it there is a lot of energy required. If I tell that kind of energy a supercomputer requires is very high. And if you have energy problem, then you will go on with it. So that will discuss about all this, but we are very important person who is working on the AI and concern, Kapil Kapil is already here. So Kapil Molia, he has been regularly speaking on the subject of AI and also trying to work on. He basically an engineer and working seriously on the subject, and then he also wants to share his ideas on quantum computing. And before he comes, then the world is having about how many computers, quantum computers we are having in the world now. And they were having not other than how many quantum computers we have in the world now? Okay, I'll share with you. The psychomode I already talked to about psychomode, and then Australia is there of IBM with IBM, and then there is another Chinese one. Okay, I mean 76 Tibet. Tibet and you want to know about it now. And then there is a Google with 72 Tibet, which is called this store and this one. And then you have and the candle days about 49 days. So higher we have we are starting. So we are in the race. We are in the race. I'm glad that you cannot find this kind of information. But India is also not far. Because we are entering the 5 village. This is a very big thing. And if you can go to 5 village, you can go over the 5 village. So now we have so 5 village is our so 5 village. That is which had a 0101 to a 5 village. But ultimately one wants to go to 128 village, then goes problem. This is almost because one of the highest well, that's more honest program. Okay. All right, so let's actually demonstrate. So what do we do is I'll play a video to get you all excited about quantum and PCR, and then we'll do a quick short presentation, and then we'll open up for discussion. Is it work for everyone? Yeah, thumbs up. Okay, let's just play the video.
wondering how the workplace will look in the future with the rapid advancement of AI and quantum computing? Imagine the office of tomorrow, humming with artificial intelligence, machines and humans working side by side. It's a transformation that's already begun, and it's stirring up a whirlwind of emotions. But AI is just one piece of the puzzle. Enter quantum computing, the ultimate frontier of computational power. There are those among us who view this shift with apprehension, fearing job loss and obsolescence. Yet there are others who are excited by the potential of AI and quantum to augment our abilities and transform our economies. Such divergent views raise the question, are we headed toward a dystopian world where humans are rendered redundant, or are we on the verge of a technologically advanced utopia where AI serves to enhance human productivity and creativity? This video is a journey into the heart of this debate. So are we headed towards a jobless future or a technologically advanced utopia? Let's dive into the world of AI, quantum, and work. Consider the global retail giant Amazon, for instance. This titan of industry has harnessed the power of artificial intelligence in ways that would have seemed like science fiction just a few short years ago. Take inventory management. Amazon uses AI to predict what products will be in demand, when, and where. This way, the right items are always in the right place at the right time. The result, a much more efficient system. AI doesn't stop at inventory, though. It's also a game changer in customer service. Amazon's AI-powered chatbots can handle a vast amount of customer queries, freeing up human agents to tackle more complex issues that require a personal touch. This combination of AI and human expertise offers customers a more seamless and efficient service. But perhaps the most visible use of AI at Amazon is in delivery. The company is pioneering the use of drones and robots to get packages to customers faster and more efficiently than ever before. These AI-driven machines can navigate complex routes, avoid obstacles, and even, in the case of drones, take to the skies to bypass traffic. Of course, these advancements haven't come without their challenges. The rise of AI has meant significant changes for Amazon's workforce. Jobs that were once done by humans are now automated, and new roles have been created that require a whole new set of skills. So what's the takeaway here? Well, it's clear that AI has the potential to greatly increase efficiency and improve customer experience, but it also means big changes for the workforce. The key is to embrace these changes, to adapt and grow with them. Clearly, Amazon is a prime example of how AI can revolutionize the workplace. Perhaps the most profound impact of quantum computing on the future of work lies in its potential to unleash a wave of innovation and discovery. By harnessing the power of quantum algorithms, researchers will be able to tackle some of the most intractable problems facing humanity, from climate change and disease to poverty and inequality. The possibilities are truly limitless, with quantum computing serving as a catalyst for a new wave of scientific breakthroughs and technological advancements. Imagine a world where diseases could be diagnosed accurately, swiftly, and without human error. That's what IBM Watson brings to the table. By analyzing vast amounts of medical data, Watson can identify patterns and anomalies that might escape even the most experienced doctors. This isn't about replacing our trusted medical professionals, but rather giving them a powerful tool to aid in their diagnoses. Let's delve a bit deeper. Watson isn't just scanning medical records, it's learning from them. It uses machine learning to understand the nuances of different diseases, allowing it to provide more accurate diagnoses over time. Now, that's a smart machine. But Watson's capabilities don't stop at diagnosis. It's also revolutionizing the way treatment plans are devised. By considering the patient's unique medical history along with the latest medical research, Watson can suggest personalized treatment plans that are most likely to succeed. It's like having a supercomputer for a personal health advisor. Now, managing patient data is a colossal task. It's not just about storing information, but organizing and understanding it. Here, Watson times again, you can process millions of patient records, research papers, and clinical trials in a fraction of the time that would take a human. This allows doctors to have a comprehensive understanding of the patient's health, making treatment more effective and efficient. But remember, Watson is not here to replace our doctors and nurses. Instead, it's here to augment their skills, to provide them with the kind of data analysis that would be impossible for a human to achieve. It's a partnership, a co-pilot to guide us through the vast and complex world of healthcare. With Watson, IBM demonstrates how AI can transform industries by working in tandem with human professionals. Watson's role in healthcare is a testament to the power of AI, not as a replacement for human expertise, but as a tool to enhance it. From retail to healthcare, AI is undeniably reshaping the work landscape. As we've seen in the case studies, companies like Amazon and IBM are leveraging AI to streamline operations, enhance customer experience, and even revolutionize healthcare. Emerging trends are becoming more apparent as AI continues to integrate into our workplaces. One such trend is upskilling. As AI takes on more repetitive tasks, the demand for more complex human skills is increasing. Companies are investing in training programs to equip their employees with these in-demand skills, ensuring they remain relevant in the evolving job market. AI ethics is another focal point. As AI systems become more autonomous, the question of ethical decision-making becomes paramount. Companies are now prioritizing transparency, accountability, and fairness in their AI applications, striving to avoid bias and protect user data. Finally, AI is causing a shift in job roles. While some fear that AI could lead to job losses, it's essential to remember that it also creates new roles. Data scientists, machine learning engineers, and AI ethicists are just a few examples of the new professions spawned by this technological revolution. The future of work in the age of AI is here, and it's a blend of challenges and opportunities.
Because I just quickly switch on to my presentation. Thank you. Okay. So quantum disruption and future of work. So we've been talking about AI, we've been talking about quantum, but how does all of this impact the modern workplace? How will the workplace of 2030 or 2040 look like? And what does that mean in terms of all of the young people who are out there, who are in the schools or colleges, how should they be prepared for a change? So what I'll do is I will throw up some ideas in terms of what we believe or what we have heard, seen, read around the future of work and how that is getting disrupted because of quantum AI. And then we'll probably open it up to your discussion. So let me just quickly start. So I'll start with this tagline and this thought for all of you to remember. So strange coincidence or a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I'll just explain what I mean here. Does anyone know this person apart from any value? Some people know, everything. Very nice, very interesting. So this gentleman is a guy called Salvador. He was the pioneer, or he was one of the greatest proponents of an art form called surrealism. The surrealism, and that was, that was World War One or two times, and the world had just come out of the war, and there were various forms of expression people were exploring. And one of those forms was surrealism, and he was a proponent of that. So, and it was, of course, I just wanted to as some of these people who are from the art community, art and humanities community, there are these every sort of artists who always challenge and defy the mainstream. So he was among that group of people. And interestingly, the Dali E, if you have heard of that large language model, is actually named after him. So, and why I actually brought this topic up. So this surrealism movement is very interesting and has some very interesting coincidences with what's happening in the world today. This was actually a reaction against what people saw, this distraction brought by something called rationalism. So they thought that people were getting too rationalistic, and that actually led to World War One and Two. And as I told you, surrealism actually was a byproduct of that era. So what they started saying is that, in our art forms, in our paintings, they start reuniting the conscious and the subconscious mind. And a lot of them were heavily influenced by this. And also they said, let's sort of blend the conscious and the subconscious mind. And then what they did was they came up with these art forms where, the world was very minutely depicted. There were a lot of interesting details, and you see the painting here, this is one of the paintings by Dani. So very minute details, but nothing rational about it. So where would you see a flat and a, you know, and a damaged kind of a clock in a rational world? So, so what they did was they were always, remember this phrase, switching the context. So you have a clock, but they switch the context. They give it another form or a state. So and then what they did was they kind of connected the dots, they reassembled things in a very paradoxical, bizarre, and in a shocking sort of framework. And as I said, they were all very drawn into that segment. Now, imagine for a minute what's happening today. So if you think about quantum and AI, think about this, our civilization is maybe 2,000, 5,000 year old civilization, and at multiple times we did that quantum switch, that context switching. This quantum and AI, that quantum switching, that context switching is happening in a million perspectives. So that context switching that has happened over the period of civilization is now happening in a million perspectives. So how bizarre, how irrational that world could be. And so what I'm essentially trying to say is that if you actually look back and reflect on those times and those art forms and what they represented, and think about replacing those unconscious that Salvador Dali was talking about by quantum and AI, at the end of the day, quantum and AI, are those expressions of subconscious, if you look at it philosophically, what this means is that we exponentially switch context, and this exponential switching of context, and a lot of people are saying could actually resettle rationality and threaten even our various systems. So, not to scare you a lot, and just quick, if I can just explain this as an example. So this is a famous paper on which all large language models are based. It's called attention is the attention city or something. And so in this we have this attention equation. So there are queries, keys, and values, and this attention equation actually represents how the machine would look at self-attention. So if you look at this example, we went to the bank and learned his empty account. The machine understands that bank and account are the same concept. And then he said, then there was another, in the same sentence, about river bank, and then he said, the machine understands that river bank is different and the bank, as in the financial bank, is different. So this identifying the context is called self-attention. And the way it works is it's actually all reduced, if I look at it as a reductionist problem, it's all reduced to a simple mathematical equation. Attention and this is that equation. In this, queries, values, and keys. Now, what happens if tomorrow machine learning and machines are able to define and work on their own keys? There will be the checks and balances. So imagine if machines someday decided that the bank, as in the financial bank, and Thrive were related, and not the river bank and Thrive, imagine the havoc these autonomous machines could play in future. So which actually brings us to the next topic of rationality. So Pant has been talking about this, and this is a very interesting topic, and it's a very interesting book that was published a couple of years back by Stephen Spencer. So in this book, he talks about rationality is actually very important for improving our world, and people actually misunderstand this rationality, and when he actually tries to explain what is rational thinking. So he says that rationality is all about using knowledge to attain some goals. And within this definition, he says that knowledge is actually a belief that can be proved empirically or with experience, with judgment, and so on and so forth. And then he says that, we think in ways, if you think about our thinking process, we think in ways which are sensible in low technology context, where context switching is not happening that frequently. But when we fail to take advantage of the powerful tools that we have today, and we have so much data, we have so much tools for analysis, and we actually fail to use those tools. And then, he also says that the pursuit of, and we actually get a little bit more critical there, that we say that, pursuit of self-interest, technical solidarity, uplifting methodology that individuals can actually add to the crippling irrationality in society. So, where are those forms, where are those sources of irrationality coming from? And then we actually, based on that criteria, that collective rationality, we give a word, collective rationality, all of us being rational in society and not rational as an individual. So collective rationality depends on norms that are exclusively designed to promote objectivity and growth. So we've all heard of these states. So if you actually think about it, what we today use is that collective rationality. Let's move on very quickly and just leave you with this thought and then we actually flip this topic. So education is not the learning of facts, but training the mind to think. So future of work. So this was one area of conversation. I'm giving another area of conversation now. How all of this impacts the way of the future of work and how the work will look like in coming decades and so on and so forth. So very famous book. Again, Pant has talked about this a lot. The rise of useless class. So what the book talks about that at the end of the day, or algorithms. So every animal, including and chromosomes, the human beings, are an assemblage of organic algorithms that have been shaped by natural selection. And these, and then it's a very interesting point. How does it matter? How your brain is composed, or how your the instrument or something that processes all of this intelligence. It could be your brain, and it could be a plastic, it could be a silicon. So the materials do not impact these algorithmic calculations. Like whenever we just care for the end, and these materials, whether it's your brain or your computer, are just means to that end. And so there's no reason to think, and that's where it comes up with something very serious and interesting, that there's no reason to think that organic algorithms cannot do, so when you say organic algorithms, means that human brain cannot do things that non-algorithmic algorithms will never be able to replicate. So our brain is sacrosanct or infallible, equal to the machine, is a premise that is challenging. So with that, he then actually makes a very interesting point about the future of work. He says that it's actually easier to replace human beings with algorithms, not because algorithms are getting smarter, but because human beings are themselves professionalizing. So they are moving into this area of niche, and then he says that a cardiologist actually he specializes in a very narrow niche. Is someone who is very easy to replace than the hunter-gatherers. Think about the human being 5,000 years back, hunter-gatherers. So if you think about this profile, we have to prepare the points with stones, we have to find edible mushrooms, he has to sort of track down a mammoth or a deer, he has to coordinate with other other fellow hunters and try and track down and hunt the animals, and then use the medical herbs to bandage all his wounds. Think about the range of skills, the repertoire of skills that person is dealing with, and compare that with a modern day cardiologist, and then we realize that a cardiologist is far more easier to replace than someone who has a broad range of skills. So a lesson for us, all of us, expand and broaden your horizons as much as you can. The world of tomorrow will be an infancy of both journalists and people with life, but all you have to do is you have to understand, you have to have the ability to connect all the dots together. So I actually just quickly move on and make an important statement. The future problem is not about creating new jobs. The future problem is creating new jobs that where human beings will be able to supersede or perform better than the algorithms. So this is future of work. I think we probably so I just pick up a few trends and then probably open up the discussion. So if you think about today, what's happening in the world today, they are people, if you think about organizations like Google, Delta Airlines, they are now getting away from degree. So we don't need graduate or a postgraduate, and I'm not here on a public platform saying that we should not do degree. But what I'm saying is that degree it's just a means to an end. At the end of the day, it's also about constantly upskilling and relearning and unlearning have your degree and you are done for your life, of course. And then, if you think about, the other leading organizations and how they are hiring, and I come from an HR background, a lot of these companies are now looking at in-house universities and really that apprenticeship model, of education, which is about real practical skills, real practical skills and not just, theories and so on and so forth. So, the traditional stereotype of career path will collapse. There will be more and more lateral careers and vertical careers, and so on and so forth. So, it's knowledge is power. Knowing what we don't know is wisdom. So, this is a famous author, Adam Grant, and we will discuss time. So, let me just actually bring up a few things and then we close it up. So, what should I know? And this is interesting for all of us who want to think about the job tomorrow. So there is tacit knowledge and explicit knowledge. Explicit knowledge is all your manuals, your documentaries, your books. It's printed, ready there. And the danger is that explicit knowledge can be very easily retrieved by a crawler, by a chatbot, by a ChatGPT. What is of immense value is something called the tacit knowledge, and that's what we should all be thinking about. The tacit knowledge is all about expertise, it's all about insight, your intuition. How do you sort of deal with the situation intuitively? How do you process that situation? How do you process all that data? And even your values, your traits, and how do you sort of, how do you sort of use all the mental models? So where do you use tacit knowledge? Innovation, ideas, relational language, and communication. So I want to actually challenge you. So knowledge, we have ChatGPT on our fingertips. We know what to do with ChatGPT. So what do I do with all this knowledge? How do you use your knowledge? How do you use your knowledge to actually grow with it and you grow your project? So I'm going to give you some ideas. So if you think about, if you go back to that discussion, there was conscious and there was subconscious. So if you think about any mental model that we often would use, it could be any mental model. It could be, a Pareto principle. It could be how we manage time. Any mental model. So there will be a deliberate a conscious use of mental model, which is data-based. If you hold the data, you visualize it. If you are a visual person, then you put in all the scenarios. But there will also be some subconscious application of that mental model, and this is where we will generate those ideas. So this interplay of deliberate and subconscious or autonomous is something that we should target. And then if I can actually use the 5 cognitive dimension of mental model. So we've got instinct, space, preference, logic, and evidence. Now, so as you go higher and higher up, you see that you're deliberately trying to apply the mental model. You're working with data. You're trying to think about. You're trying to rationalize. You're really that rational thinking. And the more you do that, the more you will be safeguarding yourself with things like deep faith. And I think the important thing here is instinct and faith. And instinct and faith are faith and faith are, as with any other thing in this world, they are both double-edged swords. Faith at certain level is good, but excessive faith, I am everything, and progress and the greatest thing of is always challenge that. Excessive faith on an individual is something that might be extremely dangerous. So I probably split this in the list of time, but I think the slides are available, and I'm giving some examples and some ideas as to how we can use these models. And I want to just close with a final thought. So a lot of people out there are from the education and teaching community. So what does this mean for all of us? So the famous saying from does not be the land unto yourself. The future of tomorrow. How will the future of tomorrow look like? And I'll give you a couple of case studies here. So this is a school of tomorrow, and I think Pant has spoken about it. This is a school called School 42, which started in Paris. And the interesting thing about this school is no teachers, no classes. So some of you young students will really be intrigued about this. And we have a project method. And then they're saying that if you fail, to try out the theory, but if you fail, that failure is part of your learning and development. That failure is actually a progression and not a setback. And the most important thing here is peer-to-peer learning. So we put people in peers and batches and then they learn together. So there's no teacher or there's no oversight or there's no one on the pulpit or guiding you, but it's all peer-to-peer learning and even evaluation is a peer-to-peer or peer evaluation. And then they often say that group work and you're working together and you're trying to complement each other, that's not cheating, that's working together. And then the other thing, our academy, so they're actually built with three assessments, which, and they themselves say that, we got inspired from corporate and and unlike the traditional AI, the analytical, introvert, direct engineers and teams, they train themselves with principal, essential, and bring in with a sense of wonder. So this is what they were heavily inspired by corporate. I do wonder, they're understood and thought what happened to corporate who were principal and because that's another story. Okay, and this is something that's something that always said, when the student is ready, teacher will appear, but when the student is truly ready, the teacher will disappear. Okay, I close this here. I want to just open it up to discussion and ideas, and if anyone has a critique, and I'm sure will also have some inputs on this. But thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And we took from the safety technology to the constructive work. That's a kind of a journey we have taken from the discussion. I would like to ask some of you, name a person who created AI. Can anyone tell me? Have you heard the name of Turing machine? Turing machine. The Turing first time started thinking, can machine think? And what you are seeing today, everything which you are seeing in the laptop was that is a Turing concept of can machine think. And that's the AI. There is a very interesting book on AI if you want to interest with AI 2041. It talks about how changes are going to take place and everything. And if you are interested in knowing how the quantum and AI are going to come together, I would suggest you better read Vitio Kaku. He explains in every according you are having a project like chess playing, TikTok, talk, and all that. Now, when they go to the project, they have to go to a lecture. Now, they have to name it. So, name was given as AI, and from that it became data. So, the name was the person responsible for this very Turing thought can the machine think about it. And that thinking process, and today thinking level is that some of you might be knowing generative AI. No. Otherwise, I put some data to generative AI. I say edit it. It edited it. Then I gave second paragraph to edit it. And he said, author is talking like this, author is doing this. He is not editing now, he is telling what you are, how you are. And I never asked but AI has a thinking mind. And that thinking mind is that it is sometimes very dangerous because the people are living this. So point is that I'm there that something and this media has taken you around how AI is being used, AI in the quantum are being put together in terms of using and education processes. Now I open it for some questions if you have in your mind from any of the person who is spoken here, and then we will close because we are already exceeded the time. It was to close at 11, but we are already 11:30. Well, I'll ask for 2 or 3 questions on this and then we will close it. So, somebody will raise the hand.
Absolutely fantastic. I really like this. The variety of things that you talk about, like, you have one step and you're talking about the tested thing, but at one end you're talking about the generalization of things. So in the school for the future of their life. I would really be willing to understand what are those few and best topics we can start doing in school with students. What do you think? Can really be helpful to a person of HR like you as they kind of they are.
I will start with saying that what cannot be replaced with biomachine. How do you actually, how so, if I actually go back to that slide that I was saying, how do you prepare people for a job where people are smarter than machines? So what is this machines cannot do today? If you think about it, some machines can imagine, and maybe today not, but they probably will be able to imagine. But what is this machines of tomorrow, or realistically speaking, what is the machines of tomorrow that not be able to do? So what is this machines of tomorrow would not be able to start using the data at least to connect the dots? So if you look at my presentation, and you actually said this, when you make that comment, I was reading all the different multiple threads of conversation, yeah. And then we actually adjusted to all of you to unpack those threads of conversation. Now machines, at least today's machines are still designed to, so they work on linear equations, power exponentially, but they're still designed to think in that sequential manner. So they cannot go toggle back and forth. Theoretically, they cannot toggle back and forth. So how did they connect the dots? So I would say that that's the place from where we should start. So knowledge would get obliterated as a knowledge as a differential factor will get obliterated. What would actually be important are things like being able to connect the dots, things like being able to use the mental models, things like critical thinking, things like how do we actually create it, how do we actually do, how do we sort of toggle back and forth between our conscious and subconscious. So your conscious is when you're using the data, when you're using the process, and the subconscious is when you're imagining and you're letting your imagination go wild, and so on and so forth. And that's why I actually brought that example of Salvador Dali. So, I think that's where I think we should start from. But to be honest, if I was totally honest with you, I'm as clueless as anyone else because I'm the product of the same system concern. I cannot think beyond the obvious, but primarily, for what we are seeing, this is what we can actually do. Thank you so much. Now what else we do then? It's already 11:30. So, I think we are extending. So what I'm saying is that the dialogue will continue over the tea, and we may take for the tea, and I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Gupta, Mr. Verma, and Professor Moria for making an excellent presentation. And we wait for the tea. And during the tea, they are going to be with us. We continue your dialogue with them. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Have you on the mic? Hello? Hello? I'm audible? Hello? Mic.
सर जब वो जो आएंगे ना स्पीकर इससे पहले उनका इंट्रोडक्शन दिखाया जाएगा फाइल में लगी है रिंपल दिखाएगी पहले उसके बाद आप presentation दिखाएंगे। पहले एक साथ कर दीजिए जो भी कौन कौन चीजें हैं the second quantum revolution. This session will be chaired by Professor Suresh Chandra. Let us learn something about him. Can we have the AV, please? He worked as a professor at various departments of electrical, electronics, and computer engineering at JV Technology. And servers for technology. He was also completed at Nigeria for 3 years and working with our money. He started in the and his name is set to Greenland, but actually lies on that He worked in British records throughout his life. Namely, this is how it was in computer education at LSIC. Recommending improvements to understand the history program. The institute is required. The details of that plan presented the application and procedure for the 1961. The government obtained the
The country will be important and the company at the time is making condition so that they can are created. In fact, the center of the national park is their possibilities currently and the
So next we have Professor P.V. Suresh, the very young professor, and he is an expert of artificial intelligence recently. So let us learn something about him.
EDUs increase with 1 million eyeballs across the globe.
Connecting school, university, industry, and corporate housing.
The study of visible nature is science. But what about the study of nature that is so fundamental, yet seemingly invisible, which consequently our human mind cannot comprehend? That, my friend, is the study of quantum. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow quantum enthusiasts, my name is Raj Singh, a proud representative of Grounded United School. It is my great pleasure to introduce you to our distinguished speaker for World Quantum Day, that is Professor P. Suresh, Director of School of Computer and Information Sciences at Indira Gandhi National Open University, EDU. Delhi. Professor Suresh is a visionary leader in the field of computer and information sciences with approximately 3 decades of diverse experience, including more than 2 decades in operational, distance learning, and technology-enabled learning. His contribution to the field has been significant, particularly in the areas of online education and e-learning technology. Moreover, Professor T displayed 2 decades of experience in technology enabled learning, were amplified by his determination to improve experiential learning for students worldwide, with him leading the way in implementing SMS group along with webcasting services through a collaboration with NICSI. This enabled the institution to expand to millions of people across India and the world. The impact of his efforts are not only felt in the hearts of his colleagues and the vast number of students he has worked with, but it has also been recognized by the Scopus Index journals and the STEM Research Society of the Himachal Pradesh University, where he was awarded the title of Best Academician and Best Leadership. His work truly embodies leadership as demonstrated by his role as principal investigator for the most Commonwealth of Learning Canada project and his multi-talented presence as the program coordinator of certificate in mobile application development CNC, where his influence reached institutions in Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Nigeria, and Mauritius. Considering the rapid pace of the world, he stayed updated by undergoing training in e-learning technology at University of Columbus, for which he received a scholarship from the Japan International Cooperation Agency. Currently, he is guiding research in the areas of machine learning and data mining and is actively involved in various statutory bodies of the group. His past collaboration with regulatory authorities, universities, and other educational institutions further attest to his commitment to the field and his dedication to advancing knowledge and innovation. We are honored to have him as a speaker today, and we are confident that his expertise in this field will provide us with valuable insights in the realm of quantum computing.
So thank you, Professor Sir. Wonderful to have you here. The next person is me. Let us see what our good friend has to say about me. Okay.
EDU TV with 1 million eyeballs on the globe.
Quantum mechanics, however, profoundly shocked you haven't understood it. Greetings to all the esteemed guests, teachers, and all the viewers. I, Abhi Chaturvedi, from class 12 of details master, have been given the utmost honor to welcome Dr. Ramesh Sharma. Dr. Ramesh Sharma is the Director of Human Resource Development Center and the Faculty of Instructional Design and Chairperson of Committee to Facilitate Adoption of MOOCs for SWAM MOOC platform of the Government of India at Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Delhi. He has taught educational technology and learning resources at Vamasai Open University, Malaysia. He is an expert in open and distance technology mediated learning and served as a visiting professor at University Dade do Estado da Bahia, UNAV, Salvador, Bahia, Brazil. Visiting professor at University of Fiji. Commonwealth of Learning as Director of the Commonwealth Education Media Center for Asia, New Delhi. Regional Director of Indira Gandhi National Open University, India, and Director of Distance Education at University of Guyana, North America. He has been a member of the Advisory Group for Human Resources Development for the United Nations Conference, State with Development, UNCTAD. While at the University of Guyana, he has also collaborated with UNDP for its enhanced public trust and security for inclusion. Volunteer service overseas, VSO, and United Nations Volunteers, UNV, to develop suitable education and opportunities for communities and youth. He is the editor of the Asian Journal for the Distance Education, launched in 2003, and has been associated with several other peer-reviewed journals, including SSCI and SCOPUS, and Distance Learning. I'm also editor of several books and research papers on education technology, education media, and e-learning. Dr. Sharma is a practitioner promoting open university and open education resources, OER. He has been a trainer and capacity builder in the field of education technology. And
Okay, thank you, Avni. And now, thank you so much. Now let us learn about the architect of this program today, our most beloved, respected Professor M. Pant.
EDU TV with 1 million eyeballs on the globe.
Connecting schools, universities, industries, and corporate houses. A very important part of the media. I know that the profit of the first one day. And slowly introduce you so that having got a PhD from IIT, having learned that book directly at IIT colleges, and then book. He has also been part of the biggest business strategy. He has been an observer and practitioner of technology transformation. He has been a vice chancellor at the Indira Gandhi National University and faculty at IIT Kanpur. His current interest for making AI education and creating awareness of quantum technology. He has also been a speaker at several cities. It is my utmost honor to welcome Sir to enlighten us with your evaluation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Now, I request Professor Chandra to give his opening remarks, and after that, I will request Professor T.V. Suresh to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Actually, my job has been made a lot easier by introducing the people much earlier. Can you? So I find a lot of young persons in the audience. But before that, I do not know how Dr. Pant asked me to be here. I happen to be from the Stone Age because I think from the southern people. Because the education we had at the time, today, various things. And I will not think about quantum, but a certain anecdotes may be helpful to you. As a student, which we learn, and later on, as a student of electrical engineering, you know the electricity passes with a to electrons, etc. तो हमारे प्रोफेसर मिश्रा जी हुआ करते थे, कहते थे ना भैया इलेक्ट्रॉन तूने देखा ना मैंने देखा, किताब में लिखा तो मान. तो दैट सिचुएशन फिर में और फिर फॉर माय एमटेक आई वाज इन यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ऊटी. I think if I remember correctly, Dr. Martin, he used to teach us modern physics. I don't know why they include that subject for a master's degree. And I understand that he has worked with the Max Planck Institute in Germany and also in some physics institute in Russia. So that is the first time I was introduced to this Schrodinger's wave equation. He gave us an assignment. There was on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. From the left-hand side, we have to, you know all that. You have to prove we are using LHF and RHF. It was a, I think, integration here. That was 3 level, triple. बड़ा मुश्किल था, हम लोग तो खुद से नहीं थी. One of my colleagues, classmates, वो रात भर लगे थे. तो लेफ्ट हैंड से राइट हैंड जाना था, वो फिर वापस लेफ्ट हैंड साइड था. It proved that what he was doing was going to be right step, तो वहां भी नहीं पहुंच पाते. तो एजुकेशन में ये होता रहता है. So one should not get worried about this. And another thing which I must mention, Dr. Vajne का हो गया. तो फिर बात आती है, आपने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स तो पढ़ी रहे हैं, तो गाइड का भी बताओ. But I do not know how many of you might be knowing about tunnel diet. Tunnel diet का नाम सुना? ये बड़ी अजीब चीज है. अजीब in the sense, tunnel diet is very quantum thing. I'm not going astray from the subject. If some particle comes with a great force, it can penetrate to the spot or to the barrier. हम लोग पढ़ रहे थे तो हमने कहा भाई ये कोई हजारों कारें हैं, किसी एक नहीं होगी तो दीवार के पास भी जा सकते, प्रैक्टिकली क्या. Then if there are number of them, some car may climb up the wall, then they call avalanche attack. अभी एक ही नाम से. And the invention of tunnel diet was done accident. Because the doping which in a definition was doing, उन्होंने ज्यादा कर रहे हैं. तो उन्होंने नॉर्मली अगर आपने डाइट देखा हो तो रिवर्स करंट भी बहती है. दैट इज वेरी माइल्ड स्मॉल करंट इज फ्लोज. अगर if you bias the diet, ये 10वीं में मेरा ख्याल संक्रांति हो गया तो डाइट के बाद बताते हैं कि नहीं, जो फिजिक्स पढ़ते. दैट इज if you forward bias and reverse bias. वो रिवर्स बायस में उन्होंने देखा एकदम करंट नीचे आ So, and at that time, I remember this letter to the editor. It was about a half a page, not even a half a page, half a column. उसके बाद अब डाइट टर्नल डाइट में 20 दाम निकलता. So what I'm trying to say, new things come, people get the ideas, and kernel that know has a lot of it. But you got applications in the electron. So those things keep on happening. And about, I think Dr. Datta mentioned about creating. I met a gentleman, I think he was a colleague in DSP, Dr. Mishra. I met him on one of the meetings or meeting. I said, I like one thing about Cray. He said, what? The Cray used to say that it's a task given to you. It's very important to remember how the things are done. He said, I want it to be done in a specific time with the people available and the resources available. Don't ask me that I don't have this. Then Mishra told me he was a member of the committee who selected the computer. They had gone for to buy that. Am I right? Yes. He said, you do not know one thing more about it. And that's fantastic. He said that I'm going to establish this company or the facility at the village from where he had come. And in that village, nobody knew anything about electronics. Or there was one person who knew little bit of code. That is the kind of dedication which you should remember. कि नहीं साहब हमारे पास रिसोर्सेज नहीं क्या नहीं करें तो क्रे made first supercomputer has that vision. So why am I mentioning? People talk about supercomputer, but people don't talk about Cray. What motivated him? So this is the motivation which is very, very important. एक और छोटी सी चीज. You have seen the tree people, everybody else. You only see the top. Tree actually grows in two directions, upward and downward. And it grows all the time. Your roots also grow all the time. You see Dr. Pant, Dr. Sharma, both bade aadmi. वो knowledgeable, but you do not understand the root, that the hard work and dedication which has gone behind it. That's also important. That the roots should be strong enough so that the up portion of the tree also becomes. और एक छोटी सी बात होता है, तो क्या कहना बुरा ना माने, क्योंकि इनका स्कूल जो है मैंने अभी देखा मोहाल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ he comes from a, I will not say tribe, from a Mohal, what do you call it? People. Community, that's right. इनके फोरफादर बगदाद में हुसैन के साथ लड़े, which many people will not know. कि ये बगदाद में क्या करते हैं. आज का जमाना और वो जमाना बड़ा कहा जाता है कि हुसैन की एक बहन मुहाल के फैमिली में जन्म में बहन, उसने कहा भाई मेरा भाई जो है पीपल्स में जाऊंगा. So these are small. You see, the world is very different what it was. Another small thing which I will also. आप लोगों ने ये तो पढ़ा ना कि आईसी कैसे बनती है, डोपिंग करते हैं. डोपिंग करने का सुझाव क्या है? जब आईसी बनती है तो आप सबस्ट्रेट में या एन या पी टाइप की डोपिंग करते हैं. ठीक है, ये आज तक फिजिक्स वाले नहीं पढ़ते आप. चलो कोई बात. एक किस्सा आता है, कुरियन का नाम सुना, अमूल. उससे एक बार किसी ने पूछा तो भैया वहां से जाता केरल में हम दूसरा कहता है तू मैंने मजा आती. But it has a relevance. You see, when we go, it is only one electron which goes and tries to find the place somewhere else. You know, core and bond, where there are only four electrons, वो वहां जाके in a hole होता है तो विरल पूछता है, कहता है here I can, this is here to it. There are so many materials, so there is no place where you can move. So it happens in the real life. You will find if there is a person where there are only people from one community, and there is a person from another community, come into offside that तो ये छोटी छोटी जो हम आई एम सेइंग, आप यू कैन रिलेट दिस साइंटिफिक थिंग्स टू द रियल लाइफ ऑफ, और क्वांटम और ये कहते हैं क्यूबिक, क्या रेक्टेंगल बोलते हैं, क्यूबिक नहीं जो एंटांगलमेंट जो, हाँ। तो मुझे तो लग रहा है कि मैं जो 1962 में या 60 में था उसको आज एंटेंगल्ड विद दैट, और एंटेंगलमेंट अब यहाँ आ गए तो फर्जी के साथ हो गया, तो एंटेंगलमेंट भी टूटी जब टूटी रहती है मेरे हिसाब से, और मेरे को तो लगता है कि जो गुस्सा है वो भी एंटेंगल्ड हम, ठीक है। एनीवे, थैंक यू वेरी मच, बाय।
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, may I request Professor Piyush to.
Oh, sorry, I didn't say that. It's my job.
Thank you. So good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Pant for giving me this opportunity today in this particular prestigious event. And one pleasant surprise is the presence of students from the school. I am not aware that they are present. So my presentation was made in a different way. But then when we are facing students, we don't need to prepare anything, especially because normally things become extempo. I joined IGNOU in 1997. I was taken into IGNOU by Professor Pant, who was then director. And since then, until now, I was in touch with him. And his single mantra is that always be ahead. Today, whatever you are attending here on quantum computing, you will remember it more in the future rather than now. Now, many questions are unanswered, but you are hearing the word quantum computing and what all it can do. In future, you will be ahead of those children who did not attend or did not watch videos on quantum, because you know something about it. That something is your root, and it will enable you to grow many-fold in the future, that you don't need to read a book after this seminar or anything else. You attended it, it itself gives you some knowledge about this particular thing, and it definitely embeds in each and every one of your interactions with the society. When I say Professor Pant always, though he doesn't say directly that you have to be ahead, not only in terms of technology, you have to be ahead in everything. If there are any 10th standard, 11th standard, 12th standard students also, you must be knowing that your examination pattern has changed. Few days back, CBSE notified. Now you don't need to by heart much. 70% are multiple choice questions now. So you don't need to worry that you have to by heart and again start thinking logically if you have to crack a JEE mains or not. Now the preparation here was there also. Now you have to be ahead in the sense that whatever your teacher is teaching in the class, if she started a particular lesson today, don't try to revise what she taught you today. Now you came to know that she started teaching today and it will take 4 to 5 days for her to complete it. Today, work hard and complete that lesson. Don't wait for the teacher to complete it. And tomorrow, complete the exercises and exemplars. And before she completes the lesson, in parallel, keep asking doubts and get them clarified. Otherwise, you have to be in touch with her to clarify your doubts in exercises, theory, and exemplar. By that time, she will be completing her second chapter. And this happens with every subject. You have 3 subjects, main subjects in your curriculum. So you have to be ahead in everything, each and everything. So this particular quantum computing will be taking you not ahead, because supremacy of quantum computing was just proved by the Google. But then sir said that how many quantum computers are available in today. I think after 2 to 3 years, there may be 185 thousands of computers in some institutions. But quantum computers, after 2 to 3 years, the market is expected to have 185. So you can imagine the complicated and their application challenges, because only when you are sure that it is going to solve your problem, you buy it. It will solve the problems, but they do not know how to use it to solve their computers are not available off the shelf. Of course, they are available from D-Wave, but one cannot, is very complicated. And first of all, you should understand how to program it. Today, since the children are also available, I will run a video at last. I will be brief. About quantum AI. Okay, AI took off. I studied AI maybe around 30 years back in my graduation. But now it has become, and as one of our day to day, I do not know most positions to the people, irrespective of the degree, background of the education and other things, with only one requirement, that you should be good with machine learning. He said that if you are good at machine learning, you just apply, don't think about educational qualifications or anything else, and every month the team will have a meeting with me. Elon Musk will directly meet a team of 10 to 15 people picked from across the world who are good at machine learning, no formal education required. Of course, people, age restrictions there are nothing. Nothing. Not for them. I will do work without money. Okay, so when AI is taking off, when quantum computing is the future, we are speaking about harnessing the power by applying the quantum computing principles to the artificial intelligence. So I think it is ahead of ahead, but still it is worth, because this is the place where reputed institutions are working. If you look at Stanford, if you are looking at Cornell, or many universities, and on it, and they can make billions of it. So in classical computing, bits are used to represent information, either a 0 or 1, all of you know, a switch on or off. That is the famous example for binaries. But in quantum computing, quantum bits or qubits are utilized, which can exist in superposition of states representing both 0 and 1 simultaneously. This property allows quantum computers to perform calculations much faster compared to classical computers. Now, when you think of a computer, when Professor Pant was there long back, when I joined, we used to have a computer that occupied the entire room, fax machine. I still remember. We don't know where it is now. It occupies the complete room. Today, our mobile is very powerful. And I also met Ratan Dattaji at that time at his institution. And recently I got an opportunity to see the cray in the sector 62 Noida. And I have seen the cray where you have put the image in the PowerPoint. That is now like a museum. They placed it there, but they have latest crane. So I do not know if Ratan Datta can facilitate students to visit it, because today, because many people don't know that we have a crane in Noida. Very few people must be knowing that there is a supercomputer in Noida. Okay, so now you came to know that, look for an opportunity to go and visit there. It is a massive system. It occupies many halls. The processors are cooled with a, it looks like a lake. The water is fed. The supercomputer is cooled. Okay, it's like completely, you say, many almirahs in a big hall. That totally makes up the supercomputer. Okay, if you cannot take a photo with a supercomputer, you have to take at multiple places. Then you should say that in totality, now I'm with supercomputer. Okay, that is so huge. And that supercomputer may become at the size of mobile in future. And at that time, the supercomputer power will be completely different. So you always will have a computer of that size. You will always have a computer of this size. Okay, so that is why we have to be ahead, because if you are good at it, you may become at this level, and you have to be staying ahead to be in touch with that level of the workforce. So quantum AI, it aims to leverage this quantum advantage to improve various aspects of AI, such as optimization, machine learning, and data analysis. First of all, why we needed computers? Because speed. They can do things faster. Now, why you need quantum computers? Why people are behind quantum computers? Again, the primary reason is speed. Google, when it proved the quantum supremacy, it said that this particular problem, which was solved by their own quantum computer, must have taken 10,000 years if it is to be solved using the classical computer. So if you have to solve a problem that will take 10,000 years in a few seconds or minutes, which can be done by a quantum computer, then definitely it will solve many of the problems. But there is a big danger. I do not know. I think some of you will know Y2K. I don't know school students whether they are born by that time or not. Okay. So that's what. Y2K created a big opportunity because across the world things have to be changed in a time-bound manner. They use 2 digits, 99, then becomes 00. But 1999 is going to become 2000. But their programming in those days put only 2 digits. So after 1999 means it is denoted by 99. And when it became 2000, it becomes 2 zeros. So when you are subtracting 00 minus 99 will crash the software. So entire software across the world which was developed using that structure has to be upgraded. That's what had given birth to Y2K problem, and I think 80 to 90% of the people of that particular age who can learn went to US, because it is the US which is having a lot of software with that problem. Now what is going to happen with quantum computers is that the same is the situation. The reason is your security algorithms, which you are using for encryption today, they can also be broken, provided if you give a million years for a person to try. Okay, now let me say your password can only be one single digit. Then how many times you have to try? 0 to 9. 10 times you try, you crack it. Okay, now when encryption technologies are being used, they will take millions of years to break it. But with quantum computer in place, in no time your password will be broken. So once quantum computers become a real, they have already become reality, but not at that level that it has become so much common and accurate. But once they become reality, world will be racing to replace the today's systems. Nothing is secure. Nothing. Because something 10,000, 20,000 million years can be just cracked in no time. So At that time, they will be needing many quantum programs, just like Y2K. You haven't seen Y2K. Since we have seen Y2K, we can imagine the rush that is going to take place when quantum computing takes over. At that time, people who are prepared will be getting the opportunities. In market, it's not the experience also. It's the skill which demands, skill with demand is going to determine your means as a person, how much you are in demand. Otherwise, you say, I am working since last 40 years in this, but there may be no takers of it. Then you may become jobless if you are not in a government job. And you will be left without a job. So being ahead is very important. And quantum computing is going to create a tsunami as and when it comes. When it comes, we don't know. Okay, that is the magic. But when it strikes, you will not have time to vacate the beach. You will be just washed away if you are not prepared with the needed equipment. Tsunamis don't come by so much of warning early. Okay, so you need to be prepared for this particular quantum tsunami. So quantum machine learning algorithms, they utilize the power of quantum computers to enhance traditional machine learning tasks. For instance, a quantum computer could efficiently analyze large data sets to identify patterns and make predictions. Quantum algorithms like quantum support vector machine, quantum neural networks are being explored to handle complex machine learning problems. Due to the presentation that I have to give today, I prepared a lot which is not related to my topic, quantum AI, to create a foundation for myself. So in machine learning, you have many algorithms, but it's not that that machine learning algorithm you will be able to run on a quantum computer. You have to program again for the simple reason that there they are zeros and ones, here they are qubits. And one thing which I learned from the YouTube about the quantum computing is that even these qubits can be apart. One qubit may be here and another qubit may be somewhere else. And ultimately, they are going to diverge to your classical computer. So people say that if you have a very big task, divide it into subtasks. Like that, a very big problem, ultimately after application of quantum computing, will again converge to a classical computing level problem. But that particular convergence is the biggest challenge. So quantum optimization is one thing, quantum cybersecurity. Now you just add quantum to everything. Whatever is existing, add quantum, because your computer's power is going to get changed. Your computers are going to get replaced. Maybe down the line, I don't know, AI I studied 30 years back, now it is in demand. Okay, quantum computing, 2019, I think Google had proved the supremacy model, if I am not incorrect. Maybe down the line, another 20 years, you may have only quantum computing on your desk. These computers will be in museums. Okay, at that time, what else is going to come up, we don't know. Okay, so those students who are into programming, try to do a bit of programming for quantum computers, then you may get a doubt, where is quantum computer for me to run a program? There are simulators available. Okay, Google is having the simulator, Amazon is having, Microsoft is having. For students, they may even offer freely. So whatever programming you do, at least run those programs that are already existing. There are many programs that are existing for quantum computers. You can simulate them until you get a quantum computer. That will give a feel of you how a quantum computer works. So this is one image how the quantum works. First of all, again, as I said, everything you have to prefix with the word quantum. You prepare a quantum data set, evaluate the quantum model, then you take a sample from it, then you evaluate the classical model and evaluate the cost function. Then you have the gradients, parameters, which you need to update. The beauty is that in both artificial intelligence as well as quantum artificial intelligence, the brain of the programmer is very important. Because there are some parameters which the programmer sets. They don't have any particular logic. Like, let me say somebody here wants to go to washroom and they are visiting India Habitat Center first time or this particular hall. One fellow will go this side, searching for it, another fellow will go that side. The fellow that who went that side will take more time to reach this side because he will be querying 2 or 3 people there. The fellow who went this side will reach it faster, but why he went this side, nobody knows. And why this fellow is going that side, nobody knows. That depends on the individual's skill, cognitive skills, something which God created. So programming is like that. AI programming is more complex that it depends on your brains to succeed. And again, quantum AI is also like that. Many parameters in your program are not defined. You have to give values to them. What value you give will determine the correct output. How much nearer to the output you are will determine your success. So normally these technologies are used at those places where 100% accuracy is not needed. They are not used in a flight navigation software, okay, because their 100% accuracy is needed, nothing can go wrong. But at many places, if you are even 99% correct, it's okay. Because if you want 100%, you need a million years or 1,000 of years to reach that accuracy. So 99% in few minutes is okay rather than waiting for 10,000 years for 100%. And then how the programmer sets the parameters will determine the correctness or accuracy of the program. That's the reason whoever is going into computers, they need to write algorithms first and write the program. They should never copy program. They should never copy the algorithm. But you always give your algorithms and programs to your friends, whoever asks them. Don't think that you are parting with something, nothing. You are not parting with anything. But you don't take anything. You have to apply your brain, write as many algorithms as possible, as many programs as possible. And your success means that in lab, how much little time you are spending. If you are spending little time and executing your programs, then it means that you have brains because you have done an algorithm at home and came and you have run the program directly rather than working everything in the lab. So I think time is running out. When there is opportunity, I will run the video because it's of 10 to 15 minutes. So I thank Professor Pant and thank all of you for patient hearing. Thank you.
Dr. Sharma, no, before Dr. Sharma takes over. On that, people talk about Dr. Tillman. On past video, the architecture myself. Maybe with the present, they talked about Dr. Tillman. I will request all the young people here to read a book called You Must Be Joking, Mr. Tillman. It's not about physics. It is about real life. Oh, you there? And if you have also an occasion, it's available, should be available on the net. It's free called, it's a program called TRIZ. It was made by a Russian mathematician, journalist, something like that. While in prison, at that time there was no big computers, no PC. That whatever mathematical knowledge was available till that time, till the first time, whatever it is, he made a computer program. And you will be surprised to know that the theorem proving program, which was the conventional, the computer gave a different answer. I mean, this alternate answer. So please, अगर आपको मिल जाए, तो जरूर देखिए. It is, well, the person in jail, what he do for himself. Those baतें मैं share करता हूँ. Somebody mentioned about fear. I mean, it may appear hard. In Indian families are as all over the world. बच्चे लोगों के 4-4, 5-5, 6-6 भाई बहन. That was fearless, nothing else. So now when it's a nuclear family, that fearlessness is gone. Because earlier the children used to learn from their generation, from their peers. From their peers. So it's left that peer learning is the most important. Another one thing I will sorry to say. शंकराचार्य जी को तो सभी जानना और हम कहते हैं टीचिंग मेथड क्या होने चाहिए क्या नहीं बड़े से सब Have anybody wondered here? Shankaracharya died at the age of 32. And in that 32 years, he wrote books, traveled all over the country from Kerala to Kashmir 2 or 3 times, and taught people. No internet, no electricity, no computer. So, how he did it is a matter of research for me. कुछ भी नहीं था पैदल चलते अब हम लोगों के पास पैसे भी हैं सब कुछ है मैंने तो कन्याकुमारी से कहीं देता he could travel 3 times on foot, wrote books and taught people. And that's very important. That is how we have to do another thing. I do not know whether this quantum computer will ever be able to do. गणेश जी का नाम कभी नहीं गणेश जी की ये खासियत क्या पता when Ved Vyas was dictating to him. Anybody remember? क्या थी की सर जब तक वो बोले till that time Ved Vyas no that's not important because stenographer भी करता है he has to understand what is being said and you know that most of the words have double triple meaning तो वो कंप्यूटर तो आज तक नहीं आता और मेरे ख्याल से बनेगा नहीं जो बनेगा वो वैसे आपको इंप्रूव कर जाएगा तो ये जो है भगवान तो ये उसका जीनियस था मुझे नहीं मालूम कंप्यूटर में क्या था तो ये सोचिए कि आपको भी कोई ऐसा बनाना है कि अभी भी जब हम कंप्यूटर प्रोग्राम करते हैं सिंटैक्स चेकिंग करते हैं ये तो कोई नहीं चेक करता जो ठीक बोल रहा है मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि बिल्ली जो है पेड़ पे की बजाय दीवार तो head was already replaced by a quantum computer अब समय तो था तो इस तरह से what I'm trying to tell you this thing कि ने कहा था बच्चे जाना चाहते हैं to 62 sectors we can combine I can make arrangements so that we can go by bus I can tell them the it's very important what you are listening to but believe me don't worry and don't be what you call intimidated by all these things 10 साल के बाद पता नहीं क्या नहीं चला but you have to be prepared to understand what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now it is the time for understanding quantum biology. Yes, quantum biology. So far, there has been some sort of a skepticism that quantum, when we say it's a field of mostly the physics, and since it deals with atoms, electrons, protons, neutrons, all those subatomic particles, so it goes with chemistry. And when there has been even that doubt was at MIT level also, the elite group which considered themselves as the experts on everything, and when they read a paper by some colleagues from UK, they laughed about it, that how biology can be related to that. And there are some interesting things happening at that time, even now. But before that, when Karthik was explaining about the national he said about atomic clock. And at that time, I remember that nowadays everybody wants to go to moon. And you may be perhaps aware that the United States, the government there, they are planning to have the time zones for moon different to about it, and they are planning to have one atomic clock, especially there for moon. So these things they are happening. The most interesting thing about it that there are some fundamental questions about like what is universe, how it evolved, what is life, means what is the difference when everything is made up of atoms, electron, proton, neutrons. We are living beings and this red material, water bottle, this mic, everything. If you cut down, cut, keep on, ultimately what you will be having the smallest unit as the atom. And when everything is there, what makes us different than these things? So, what is life? Ultimately, some philosophers like Socrates and other things, they said that okay, it is the consciousness. But then, what is consciousness? And if you see in our human body, where does that similarly like soul or those things? And the interesting thing here is that at nature level, you have seen all those photographs of quantum computers. They don't look like a computer. They look like more like a chandelier. And all those tubes, they are the cooling tubes to keep it cool, because it believes that when we say quantum coherence, it is quite an interesting phenomenon that suppose now the in a city, the police department got a news that there is a thief out there in the city trying to steal something from the properties of people. Based on this information, police is trying to find that person. So that person can be in Kamlanagar, in India Habitat Center, maybe in Sector 62 Noida, trying to steal the curry computer, or maybe in the house of the state, Medan Gadi, anywhere. You don't know. It can exist anywhere. But as soon as the police they come to know that the thief is in India International Center, and everything then gets clear. All other options they get closed. This is called as collapsing of all these things. So when we say that the entanglement, the quantum, the electrons, they are, we don't know the location, but as soon as that is fixed, it collapses the system. Now to keep these things, we need to keep our computers super cooled. And that's why this is huge infrastructure for the quantum computers. It is needed for that. So, but at nature level, there is no such mechanism. The photosynthesis which happens in the plants, it is at the room temperature or natural, where it can be harsh conditions up to say like 40, 30, 47 degrees Celsius in third deserts, or maybe in the Himalayan regions, the plants are still there, the zero or sub-zero temperatures. There we need the unit, smallest unit of a living body, the cell, the smallest unit. But cell is also a very complex structure. It has so many organelles inside it, which keeps on working day and night, reproducing, dying, then creating another thing. The example, the answers to that, the classical things, the classical theories, they are not able to give the proper answer. So it is believed that the, the quantum computing can help us in solving the problem. So I made a short video about it, thinking that if we keep on speaking this more and the importance of study like photosynthesis, enzyme catalysis, and even our sense of smell. Migration of animals, maybe marine or alien, have been in history for a long time. Scientists now have evidence that it may involve quantum effects on migratory insects, like humans. Our understanding and the link between quantum mechanics and biological systems, which can have very different industries like energy, medicine, and computing. Since any quantum mechanics being relevant at the scale of biology, but there is a different evidence. Here is an example from daily life that illustrates the quantum biological process. When we like aroma, exactly that
The organs of smell are hidden inside the nose. The walls of the nasal cavity are lined with millions of smell sensors. These olfactory receptors are nerve cells. As odoriferous molecules contained in the air that we breathe enter the nose, the olfactory receptors emit a neural message. This message is carried by the skull to the olfactory bulb, a nerve structure that relays the information to the cerebrum. The conscious representation of perceived smell is generated in regions deep within the brain. Since some of these regions are also involved in memory, a single smell may instantaneously evoke a past event.
So rather than just picking whether like a lock and key, these molecules vibrate in specific ways due to their quantum energy levels. The odorant receptors can detect these quantum vibrations, allowing you to perceive different things. So in this case, use your nose to differentiate between different odors or relying on quantum vibration molecules. This quantum phenomenon between the two molecules is being detected and processed by biological systems nearby. So, when quantum particle is an instant state, shows how quantum physics can increase as a result. Unless one of phenomena at larger scale see pair of important features. So, while classical Newtonian physics and chemistry can explain much of the biological world we observe, there appears to be instances where the rules of quantum mechanics become incredibly important, even in large biomolecules and cellular processes critical for sustaining life. This raises profound questions like could quantum coherence and entanglement represent untapped biological principles of organization? And do deeper quantum phenomena underlie a remarkably efficient machinery of life itself? Quantum biology is young analysis. The young speed of chemical reactions in cells. However, the rate and mass they provide capability is explained by classical physics alone. For us, indicate that except for quantum tunneling plays a key role. Quantum tunneling allows particles to travel through energy barriers more easily, effectively bypassing the obstacles that classical particles would not surmount so quickly.
The emerging process of photosynthesis.
Citing example comes from
Photosynthesis nature is an absolute treat to our senses.
the process by which
Plants are an absolute necessity for life on Earth. It is so because of the process of photosynthesis. A closer look at a plant shows that it is firmly held in the soil by the help of roots. These roots absorb water from the soil through tiny tubes transported to the stem and then to the leaves. The stem holds the leaves in such a way that they absorb maximum energy from sunlight. A leaf is a very important part of the plant. Photosynthesis, the ultimate provider of food and oxygen, occurs in the leaf. A leaf consists of a flat, thin lamina, which is joined to the stem by a petiole. The flattened lamina provides large surface area for trapping sunlight. A cross-section of the leaf shows the upper and lower layers of cells, which are flat and irregular. Below the upper layer is the layer of tightly packed cells. These cells have specialized organelles called chloroplasts. Chloroplasts contain the pigment chlorophyll, which gives the green color to the leaf. The next layer has loosely arranged cells with large air spaces. The section also shows tubes specific for transporting the absorbed water into the leaves.
So, we have shown there, we are mainly application for information. Complexity has been proposed to rely on quantum for quantum mechanics to not create real-life behavior where they can synchronize the coordinate patterns. This go has explained to the direct external movements, two direction centers, and the photosynthesis there.
Is a European law. Under
appears to harness quantum entanglement magnetic field through a sense called magnetic resonance. Quantum entanglement is a phenomenon where particles exhibit instantaneous correlation with each other, even when separated. In one magnetic resonance, it is thought that entangled pairs in light sensitive protein molecules allow the universe to become or stem magnetic field lines, providing a quantum compass for migration. This is just one illustration of how evolution has harnessed quantum effects for biological advantages. What is more demonstration?
the some of these birds migrate from the youth to the similar thing without using it. The way they do it is incredible.
Definitely, we have GPS or Google Map license.
Heavily, but technology to get better.
We depend on technology.
Unlikely, Robin are unnatural, so much so they could be
sailors of the air. They are sailors of the air, are tracked down the aviation experts to examine them up close and personal.
So, at the most fundamental level, you will be building blocks of life like DNA and proteins at very intense quantum vibrations and motion crucial for their structure and function. Some scientists have proposed that these quantum oscillations play an important role in biological information transfer and cellular signaling networks. But how can researchers actually detect and verify these proposed quantum phenomena in real biological systems? The range of cutting-edge experimental techniques have provided key evidence over the past few decades. Spectroscopy methods like nuclear magnetic resonance (NMR), electron paramagnetic resonance (EPR), and X-ray crystallography have revealed that quantum signatures when probing biomolecules at atomic resolutions. For example, carefully designed NMR experiments analyzing skin dynamics revealed signature of quantum entanglement between electron and nuclear spins in protein complexes involved in migratory bird navigation. In the case of photosynthesis, pioneering experiments in 2000 used sophisticated laser pulse technique to demonstrate long-lasting quantum coherence during the by analyzing the oscillations in ultra-fast laser spectroscopy signals. Researchers gathered compelling evidence that quantum wave-like quantum effects experimentally is incredibly challenging. Biological molecules exist at warm, wet, and noisy conditions. That are optimal for preserving medical states. This makes it difficult to definitely rule out related classical explanations in some cases. More advanced techniques and quantum thinking methods for complex biological samples are still needed for unambiguous evidence. To better understand and interpret the growing experimental data, physicists and computational scientists have been developing sophisticated quantum mechanical models of biological processes and systems. These models read biomolecules quantum mechanically, accounting for wave functions, coherence, and entanglement between particles. These models aim to simulate the full quantum dynamics of energy and electron transfer pathways based on the structure of real biological complexes. For instance, scientists can input a high-resolution protein structure and study how quantum effects between different chromophores, which are light-absorbing molecules, could enable highly efficient energy transport between proteins. Similarly, models of quantum magnetoreceptor proteins allow testing hypotheses about how and entanglement specialized quantum libraries like Martina along with the molecular structure run that quantum dynamic simulations and analyze things like energy transfer rates, reaction pathways, and the peak of their science. However, molecular systems with thousands of techniques immensely computationally intensive. Simulating full quantum dynamics and interactions become exponentially more complex as system size increases. This is where future advances in quantum computing hardware could prove transformative. Quantum computers could potentially simulate these biological quantum systems far more efficiently by harnessing quantum parallelism that classical computers struggle with. As our understanding of quantum biology grows, the potential applications become increasingly exciting to consider across fields like biotechnology, nanotechnology, and even quantum computing itself. In that analogy, besides from how photosynthesis capitalizing on quantum coherence effects could inspire designing artificial light harvesting systems or reaction centers for applications like biofuels, the biosensors that operate at unprecedented efficiency. At nanoscale, researchers may to engineer molecular structures that leverage quantum effects like electron transport or entanglement for applications in quantum computing components, communication, or cryptography. Quantum biology treats systems have a human quantum coherence even in one malaria virus, but those designed to distribute and more stable and fault tolerant quantum computer architecture. Looking further, some scientists that having systems lacking efficiency and fidelity may require harnessing quantum coherence and entanglement as fundamental operating principles. This raises the question of whether the quantum observer ability is an essential requirement for organization of implications. Scientists fundamental level, mapping how quantum phenomena exist as an infinite feature woven into biological processes in how we live and we use like errors. After being long educated and fully relevant, quantum physics is now being accepted for biological questions and they we are discovering pockets of the quantum realm thriving within the biological realm. While still an emerging field, with many open questions, quantum biology represents a key interdisciplinary combining the chemistry, physics, and computer science to unravel nature's deepest quantum-driven mysteries. As our technical and computational modeling capabilities grow more advanced, quantum biology aims to upend our preconceptions and reveal new insights about the great role that bizarre quantum effects may play as an untapped organizational principle of the life itself. Thank you so much. Basically, the point here is that ultimately how we can examine the behavior of subatomic particles as it is happening in our life cells, that is the biological phenomenon. Because the traditional sciences, there are some things which is not quite clear to us how it is processed. So that's the field of science, and it's very good for our students that they can have the think about the career opportunities it offers for their future. So I'll request Professor Pant to
contact. So I will request you that in quantum fluid mention that events can happen without a cause. You elaborate on that in your lecture.
I am not giving a lecture and I'm not responding to this. Try to tell everyone there are a lot of students, others may be parents and so on. Why quantum is so fundamental and why all normal things, I think it's good to say science non-medical, science medical, and commerce and art. Because now we are moving at see as quantum changing the life. Now, for physics or non-important for non-medical, you all understand it's quantum physics. The National Quantum Mission of Kartik Verma gave one example. So you know what is better than that. For the medical space, Ramesh Sharma has indicated about quantum biology. But when you look at the business realm, you realize that And I dare say this that all future advances are going to be in numerical space and quantum. And quantum and invite more in general physics itself. And saying this was first-hand experience. In the last year, I had to go to the hospital several times. And as I went to the hospital, most people get worried, but I was so excited. The X-ray machine, then ultrasound machine, then MRI machine, then everything. I was glad. It was a physics lab for human beings. Now, MRI, nuclear magnetic resonance, response. Now, more and more we learn about the body from all these things, and now already in England they have taken the decision that the big MRI is not going to be there. They put a small quantum sensor, and from that they will see things like that. So the new generation of doctors are going to be actually not distributed. In fact, let me put more bluntly, we are now going to start dealing with physics of living systems. So far, we are going to be dealing with physics of dead systems. So everything that is in physics lab is dead system. But now we are also talking physics of living systems, and it's the same quantum thing which cuts across. Now, about the common screen, you heard that the person who talked about microquantum machine was on the common screen, but Suresh talked about too much. He talked about Y2K as a big opportunity which happened 90%. There's a similar word for Y2Q, years to quantum. Y2K knew exactly that it is 2000. Y2Q years to quantum, which means when the first computer, good computer, quantum computer will already be there. And the reason is, I will go into this bit of detail. All security today that you have is based on some cryptography. Most famous is called the RSA algorithm. After the three people who made that. The RSA algorithm is based on the premise that of what is called a one-way function in mathematics. So what one-way function means in mathematics is that you can do something, but you can't do the inverse. And the simplest one-way function for all of you is multiplication. Can multiply any two numbers given enough time, no person need to adjust even multiply. But finding the factors of two numbers is extremely difficult, especially the factors of prime numbers. So RSA 129 happened because these people, these three people, they took a 64-digit prime number, a 55-digit prime number, multiplied it, got a 29-digit prime number, declared it to the public, and they can't factorize it. And that is what led to RSA 129. Today, what we can do in practical RSA 3048. And this is why, as today said, this was unbreakable. And all this exact change is that yes, that with the short algorithm is now breakable. The algorithm is there with the completely different. Actually, smart people are already collecting data that when the computer comes, they will decrypt it. And a whole lot of people are going post-quantum cryptography on that. So this is now you want to what do the art people do? Art people are like fiction about quantum computers and they must and so on and so forth. So all startup homes, etc., you can create all kinds of systems. And somebody expects a visit from somebody from Mars. In fact, long when I'm from Mars, when I'm from Venus, now you can actually create characters from this thing, and you can imagine that Mars person has a quantum computer. The other person doesn't have a quantum computer. What do they do? So all in this thing, quantum sometimes it's not only learned is more important. I hope I'm not going to for that. We can have two questions for Dr. Suresh and two questions for Dr.
One question for Mr. Suresh here. Now, when you say people going into different directions, getting to the same point, trying to give an example of jumping into flow through. Now, if the computer is there, how is it going to be? It is going to be within that finite time of nanoseconds that the result is there. So how does it make a difference what the person is thinking and what thing is logic?
Basically, for the quantum computer to respond, the human should use the quantum computer for that particular. Normally, for many tasks, where they think that they can do in minimal time, they don't use the computer. But as you said, when we are going abroad, you are landed at a state where you don't have any idea, and you are looking for something. Even if it is in the vicinity, here is the human brain, it is having some. But if the person is having quantum computer, yes, brain compute permanent. For example, quantum computing itself is based on quantum mechanics. Okay, so in mathematics, one dimensional, two dimensional, three dimensional, when you reach theorem, they go to n dimensional. So we used to ask our teacher that, sir, what we will do with anything beyond three dimensions? Three dimensions are visible, but now we are asking us to prove for n dimensions. Why we should do it? What is its application? He said that it is your job to find the application. Theory was developed, now it is your job to find the application of n dimension. So physics was developed, and again theory to the physics is being added every day. Now the implications of the physics to the computer, quantum mechanics we all studied long back. Today quantum computation, its application is coming now after many decades. So with the new theories that are going to get developed, what is going to come again is in our hands. Always there are any. No two questions per answer. Okay. Is there any question? If you believe by saying what. Okay, I must thank Dr. Sharma Dr. Pant for the illuminating talk by which I think all of us believe and give us the key in the. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. The lunch is ready, and let us try to be back by say 2:15. It's already 1:30, so we are done. Thank you. 2:15, we come back.
कम नहीं अभी एक मिनट रुको हेलो 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 am I audible किसे बोलना है हेलो 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 हेलो
Mr. Rahul Agarwal, Dr. Bhavla, Dr. Sumil, and Dr. Gurpreet Kaur.
उस दिन वाले साल वो सारे वो अपना सब मित्रों को देख वो बोलेगा क्वांटम के बारे में ये टोटल वो 8 मिनट्स बोले 3 मिनट की और ये 4 मिनट्स ये बताओ इनको कब देना तुम लोग को बताना तुमको फिर बच्चों को खत्म करना फिर फाइल बोल के फिर इंटर
To have all of you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Karthik is chair for this segment, and we have Eri on him. Let's learn more about Mr. Karthik.
To you today. From GE distinguished technology in this with over 15 years of experience with over regulatory innovative technology. His expertise lies in AI, particularly in creating conversational be his core for artificial intelligence, behavioral economy, and education of mentoring of 25 startups and surrounding in the Stanford Spirit SPAR program, contributing to the AI initiative of the Department of Government of India. CCI Steve Powell, UK, young leader person, board of international school of artificial intelligence, contribution
to education programs in India, including in for teacher to Karnataka University. He was his networking project came and for global electricity and seriously considered. He is still Christian Indian Institute. His extensive experience to the industry. Thank
Yes. We have with us Mr. Rahul Agarwal. So here is a small AV on him.
Thank you, sir. Quantum physics, where the mystery of the universe unfolds, revealing the astonishing kinds of particles and the enigmatic strategy of reality. Greetings, esteemed viewers and users. I'm Sanjay. Your quantum physics is badminton. Hearing from the prestigious Delhi Public School today, I stand before you as a tourist leader. Having had the privilege of guiding as one of the house captains in my school council for the past year, the following education is both quality persons and exceptional individuals. It is my utmost honor to introduce our esteemed guest speaker, the illustrious Mr. Rahul Agarwal. Together, let us delve into the depth of education and raise the rest and we graciously agree to share with us. Mr. Rahul Agarwal is an indigenous leader with more than 25 years of experience in developing complex products involving software and hardware. His science is spread over geography, including Finland, Germany, Italy, France, United Kingdom, United States, America, China, South Korea, and Vietnam. He has led programming in diverse technologies, areas including cloud, SDN, NSD, DevOps, data forms, satellite, and telecom. He has led regional innovation with multiple He's a postgraduate technology management, diploma and certificate. He has worked with SPS, CDOT, two software systems, Tech Science, and Speed Computing. His current interest area is cybersecurity. He has written articles on various topics and he is the for the talk that Mr. Rahul will share with us today. The talk will cover the evolution of quantum technology in their combination with quantum physics, including key milestones like the impact of quantum computers by Max Planck, the first quantum revolution leading to technologies like laser and glasses, challenges to quantum mechanics by Einstein and other scientists. We welcome Mr. Rahul Agarwal.
Thank you. We have Dr. Bhavna Chibar, Principal of Lebanon Public School in Gurgaon. Let's learn about her.
For founding of space, the chief of the universe, a long big one. World quantum physics is an annual celebration of controversy and of quantum mechanics. There is Shara, a proud winner from the Ivy Institute of Delhi College in Karnataka, and Ivy World School. I am currently pursuing year 2 of the International Academic Diploma. I feel honored today to introduce my esteemed speaker, Dr. Bhavna. Dr. Chibar brings over 25 years of dedicated service to the Indian education. A seasoned professional. She is passionate about fostering community learning for both students and educators. Her expertise spans across various areas: academic operations, technology innovation, and people design. All of which play a key role in establishing exceptional learning environments. Dr. Chiba's leadership extends beyond the classroom. As a dynamic citizen, she has spearheaded initiatives to improve quality management, IT implementation, and cybersecurity. Her contributions are vital. She is not only received numerous awards and accolades, but also other courses and educational publications, and even taken instrumental in formulating the ICT curriculum with NCR. Dr. Chibra's commitment to education goes beyond content. She actively facilitates teacher training programs at all levels and creating policy teachers, students, and in collaboration with peers, NCR, and other universities. Dr. Chibra isn't just a leader, she's also a passionate educator. Her vibrant personality and strong leadership skills shine as seen in the authorship of the book Cyber. With a profound commitment to education and a presence, Dr. Bhavna Shiva continues to inspire and lead the way towards excellence. With this, I'd like to invite Dr. Shiva.
Next, we have Dr. Sunil Pandey. He will be speaking for the students of computer science.
University, industry, and corporate housing. What quantum mechanics teaches us is that everything we call real cannot be regarded as real. Greetings everyone, my name is Aditya Rao, class clerk from the Dean's Academy Whitefield, and I'd like to thank all of you for joining us in this gathering on the occasion of World Quantum Day. World Quantum Day is an annual celebration promoting public awareness, understanding of quantum science and technology around the world. I'd like to thank everybody for giving me this opportunity to present and introduce you to our speaker, Professor Sunil Kumar. Dr. Pandey, who is a PhD and a PhD in computer science, has nearly 3 decades of experience in the industry. He is a guest speaker in blockchain, database technology. He is credited with 12 patents, 1 copyright, and has published 60+ papers and 7 books. He has authored numerous articles and interviews in different online and print media. Dr. Pandey is a recipient of several awards and distinctions in India and abroad from DataQuest, Business Standard, Enterprise Mathematics, and numerous other institutions. Dr. Pandey has been the regional coordinator of CS. He is a member of the prestigious CSI Communications and is associated with various professional organizations in the field, including IEEE, APM, and several others. I'd now like to hand it over to our esteemed speaker, Professor Sunil Kumar, to take over.
Thank you. And we have Dr. Gurpreet Kaur.
I am Mehta Suman, a grade 12 student studying at Abu Dhabi University. I would like to thank I welcome Ms. Gurpreet Kaur. Nominated in education through multi-aspect contributions. A passion for shaping future is important. The law context for leaders, teachers, students, educational leaders, and others, ensuring that they are well equipped to navigate the ever-evolving landscape of technology and as a result of the forum that we shine in the new of the field of teaching, which is and I those certified speakers, ICS, a journey that age inspire the wisdom and spiritual innovation. Ms. Gupta, she communicates how needed go to
Thanks to our students for this wonderful introduction of our speakers. May I now request Mr. Karthik Sharma to make his initial remarks. And after that, we have some students expressing that why studying of quantum is necessary for them.
For introduction, and it's great to see you on a Sunday afternoon. So many people passionate about learning around quantum, and I'm grateful to you, Pant, who's a leader, to put together such a passion on quantum technology when the world is talking about AI and catching up with it. Sir, as a engineer, as always, just taking 2 steps ahead and getting people together. I was just researching. Globally, as of now, maybe 15 or 20 conferences a month are happening compared to thousands around here. So we are lucky and fortunate in an AI conference, quantum conference, when the number is just 15 to around the world. And to be able to put together, I think almost single-handedly, such a people together. So we are really grateful and honored to be part of this forum. I think I'll just take a couple of minutes to set the context and then we have some students coming in and I'll invite my family as well. I think few years back, we had a similar conversation around AI, that how AI really works for prepare, how we need to prepare and skill people on AI. In fact, on my way here, I was chatting with somebody and saying that I'm going for a chat on quantum. And he said, yeah, AI padna hai ki quantum padna hai? Like, you usually talk about AI, now you talk about quantum, padne ki growth kya hai? So, this is what an average person thinks right now, that what is relevant to be learned. Few years back it was coding, then it became AI, now there is quantum. So, students here might be confused that what do we really need to learn to be relevant in the workplace now? And I think any technology, versus why it becomes more relevant when it becomes a B2C use case. So all technology starts from a B2G, then B2B and B2C. And you talk about computers were there since 1930. But when PC came, then it became more and more. Similarly with smartphones, with AI, companies have been working on AI for the last 40, 45 years. But thanks to ChatGPT, suddenly it becomes a household name and the skilling demand increases. So I think for quantum, that ChatGPT moment has still not happened. So it's still very B2B, very niche, very sophisticated. When anybody talks about it, it's still not a household thing. In fact, I was researching in terms of the job count, so less than 3,000 jobs, active jobs in quantum, compared to 150,000 in AI. So suddenly when you talk about relevance, people always look at the number of jobs. Do I really need to invest in scaling myself for a job in next few years? But that number is projected to become by 2027 close to 100,000. So from 3,000 to 100,000 jobs in quantum will emerge globally in next 3 years. And according to a McKinsey study I was reading, right now for every one job, I mean only 0.3, like still 1 in 3 is available right. 3 jobs, only 1 person is available as of today. So there is a good expectation from a demand perspective and supply. So the supply demand equation is extremely skewed for quantum right now. So people who are early adopters, it's a good time to get into this space right now. And thanks to what's happening with Google Quantum AI, TensorFlow Quantum being developed. So the ecosystem is also shaping up for a wider and faster adoption of quantum. So I think it's an interesting space to be. And today we are lucky to have panelists who represent schools, universities, corporate L&D, all three. And I think all three have different challenges.
schools typically tend to look for some sort of handholding advice from regulatory bodies to give them some sort of a framework, handbook, guidance, create a proper subject, and that's when schools get into action. If you look at university is very straightforward, driven by industry. If there is a job opening, if there is a steady supply of potential skilled resources needed for technology, universities very quickly step up the game and create programs and courses around it. If I talk about corporate everything, now you'll see them as loyalty from school to corporate. And corporate typically operate very straightforward. Like as long as there is economic benefit of a particular technology, whether it is a vendor partner or ecosystem enabler, they would start investing in it because they look at a higher billing rate for a resource if they are higher skilled. So it's a very easy business case for corporate. But we'll get into more details each of our stakeholders and see what are the challenges of their field in terms of promoting quantum. And the format we'll do is we'll have some students coming in and talk about quantum. And then we will invite each of you to your opening remarks. And then we'll have Q&A. So over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So now our young quantum scientists are ready with their thoughts. So Dimple will give some introduction and then we will ask them to come here. One person is going to speak individually one and then we have the group presentation.
So we are happy to hear and see that there are some students of different schools who are eager to share their views on the topic related to quantum. So for the start of this, I would like to call Bazim Raza on the stage for sharing his views on the topic, importance of learning quantum mechanics in school. Over to you.
The universe is not only stranger than we imagine, it is stranger than we can ever imagine. On this momentous occasion of World Quantum Day, I, Basim Raza, from grade 12, representing Maxford School, Dwarka, New Delhi, would like to first off thank Professor M. Pant sir, EDU, and our head of school, Ms. Deepika Sharma ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. And I feel honored to speak on a topic that resonates deeply with the spirit of today's celebration. I'm here to speak on the significance of learning quantum mechanics in school. As we have been graciously introduced to the transformative power of quantum mechanics and its profound impact on our understanding of the universe by our senior speakers today, it is essential that we equip ourselves with the knowledge and skills needed to navigate the complexities of quantum technologies. At its core, quantum physics delves into the mysterious realm of the smallest particles that make up our universe. Unlike classical physics that describes the behavior of macroscopic objects, quantum physics governs the behavior of subatomic particles such as electrons and photons. It suggests theories in a realm where classical physics may fail to prove itself. But then again, why is learning quantum mechanics in school so important? The answer lies in its far-reaching implications for the future of science, technology, and society. From quantum computing and cryptography to quantum communication and sensing, the applications of quantum mechanics are vast and diverse. By introducing students to these concepts at an early age, we empower them to become pioneers in these groundbreaking fields, driving innovation and progress for generations to come. Secondly, quantum mechanics fosters critical thinking skills that are invaluable in today's rapidly changing world. Quantum theory challenges a conventional understanding of the universe, pushing us to question the very nature of reality. By grappling with concepts as otherworldly as the wave particle duality or quantum superposition for us, students develop the ability to think abstractly and analytically, honing their problem solving skills in the process. Moreover, learning quantum mechanics cultivates quite a few other players too. By grappling with the counterintuitive nature of natural phenomena, students learn to approach problems with an open mind and a willingness to challenge conventional wisdom. This spirit of inquiry and exploration lays the groundwork for future discoveries and breakthroughs, inspiring a new generation of scientists, engineers, and innovators. As we celebrate World Quantum Day today, let us reaffirm our commitment to providing students with tools and resources they need to thrive in today's age. By integrating quantum mechanics into the school curriculum, we not only prepare ourselves for the challenges of tomorrow, but also instill in ourselves a sense of wonder and curiosity about the mysteries of the universe. In conclusion, learning quantum mechanics in school is not set of curiosity, creativity, and innovation that will shape the future of humanity. As our conventional electronics and computer technologies start to transition from mechanical to quantum due to both smaller transistor sizes and quantum computing, let us embrace the importance of quantum education and inspire the next generation to reach for the quarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have some students of KIIT World School sharing their views on the significant topic, history of quantum mechanism.
Thank you for having us. So, good morning to the August gathering. A very happy quantum day to everyone. I am Devang Vik from KIIT World School. Soon as we begin the presentation, I would like to thank our principal, Dr. Sangeeta Bhatia, along with Professor Pant and EDU TV for giving us this opportunity. So, since the morning, we have been discussing about the future of quantum mechanics. But before we delve into this microscopic universe, I guess we need to have a little insight on what was the reason and what were the circumstances that led to the creation of this new field of science. So, let's have Yashas, one of my friends, to apprise you with the same, to apprise you with the macroscopic history of this microscopic world.
Devan, thank you for having me here. So, Thomas Young, an English polymath, whose famous double slit experiment in the early 19th century provided compelling evidences for wave nature of light. His experiment demonstrated lights for the wave nature of light, inference patterns which were observed when passed through two slits. Similarly, in the year 1900, Max Planck proposed his revolutionary theory of quantum mechanics, which challenged the classical understanding of physics by postulating that energy is absorbed or emitted in discrete packets, or more specifically, quantum. Planck provided a framework that further explained the puzzling phenomena like black body radiation and also paved the way for the quantum revolution that would follow. Niels Bohr in the early 20th centuries brought a further clarity to the nature of light. Building upon Max Planck's theory of quantum mechanics, he proposed his model of an atom in which the electrons would orbit around the nucleus in discrete energy levels. This model not only explained spectral lines observed in atomic emissions, but also provided compelling evidences for wave-like behavior of electrons, further blurring the lines between wave nature and particle nature of a light. So now I will like to hand over the mic to my friend Aditya for explaining more.
Thank you, Yashas. So physicists were unhappy because there was no mathematical formulation of atomic model. So Schrodinger came up with his mathematical equation that changed the face of quantum theory. Let's understand the Schrodinger cat theory first before going to his equation. Let's suppose a cat is put in a box with a radioactive substance, a bottle of poison, and a hammer. In the instance of decay of the radioactive substance, the hammer drops on the poison bottle, killing the cat, which otherwise survived. However, unless an observer looks inside to confirm, the cat is considered both dead and alive. That's what the Schrodinger equation discusses. And Electron is a wave, and wave can evolve randomly in space and time. Schrodinger equation discusses finding the probability of electrons to be present at a certain position at specific time, as it says that over time the total energy remains same. What differs with time is position of electrons in the 3D space. Now discussing about Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. It is the name given to a set of theories formulated by Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and several other physicists who spent time at the University of Copenhagen in their attempt to answer the questions raised by quantum mechanics. We have two cases briefing Copenhagen interpretations. First one, when the system is left unobserved, where in the second case, someone is observing the system. In case one, when no one is observing, the system is described by a wave function which follows the Schrodinger equation, whereas in the counterpart, when someone is observing, wave function collapses to a particular value and the probability of finding electrons is wave function square, which is I square, as you can see in the graph. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Tanvi Bhatia. Thank you, Aditya. So, how beautifully it is observed that there were revolutionary theories by different scientists with time. That's what Sir Niels Bohr, along with Sir Werner Heisenberg, mentioned in his Copenhagen interpretation that existence of particles is unknown with all probabilities and all the events having some certain and probable events that cannot be determined by us. Then that was not the end. Three famous scientists, Sir Albert Einstein, along with two of his colleagues, Sir Boris Podolsky and Sir Nathan Rosen, collectively known as EPR, came with a research paper which collectively mentioned that existence of particle is not only unknown as told by Copenhagen, but it is also unknowable until we measure it. Because Albert Einstein famously mentioned a statement that God is not playing a dice or he does not play a dice. So, for example, if we have an atom which emits two photons, if one has 50% probability of us having a spin positive, then we don't say that another has 100% probability of having spin negative, but we clearly mention another also has 50% chances of having both spin positive or spin negative. This research paper was termed as EPR paradox by EPR, and they also mentioned that states were predetermined from their creation. Like we cannot determine it, and they are hidden locally in two particles, and they are still unknowable, which was also known as local hidden variable. And to prove this, later in 1964, after 29 years of EPR paradox, an Irish physicist, Sir John Stewart Bell, came with his inequality. This inequality was a mathematical expression which certainly expressed that particles do not behave linearly and had a variable nature. Sir John Bell's theory, telling that particles do not behave linearly, was also considered as right for a long time until that was observed that for this having this, if two particles are anywhere in the universe, they may have they may have their speed greater than the speed of light, or certainly behaving like variables rather than locality. So technically, this is not possible moving faster than speed of light. After this, best equation was or the second theory I want to personally, my opinion is I do not consider light as the fastest. So maybe there is scientists between us or in a country or our planet which will prove in the future that light is not the fastest, or what do he got there his ideas on entanglement or his or her ideas on entanglement. That's what I got to say. And most famously said by Sir Niels Bohr, everything we call real cannot be regarded as real because it is made up of things that are not real. That's what I got. Thank you.
So I'll start with the brief round. Start first with could be and give us a sense of what's the opportunity like, because I know your firm operates at a global level, especially in the tech space. So how do you see the future of quantum computing from a demand perspective in the market? And then we'll go on to higher and school education. How do we prepare the workforce for that?
Who is coming? It depends on
You can present.
So I think since I think in the interest of time, I had a very short presentation, but I will, go through it very quickly now because the time has been skimmed. My basic point of view that I want to present today is very simple. We have been hearing a lot since the morning how bit has now, converted into a qubit. Is movement can happen not only linearly, but it can happen anywhere in space. With that context in mind, I want to highlight three perspectives. What should be the educator's role? What should be the policymaker's role? And what should be the, of course, the employer's role, as Karthik told me to highlight. So, educator's role from my quick understanding, and I want to play a small game here quickly. I'm going to show you a picture, and I want you to memorize that picture. Okay, and I will just keep that picture up for 5 seconds, if that's okay with everyone. So here you go. Can you tell me what was five in that picture?
Under 5 seconds, yeah.
मैंने तो count किया था five. You have skimmed down my time. So I also have to skim down the time. Anybody? Anybody? Can you remember? Yes? Like this something. Okay. Now, I'll tell you the reason behind it. Why I said I will show it to you only for 5 seconds. You can see it as many times as you want. But what I wanted to highlight is if I give you this picture, even for maybe 20 seconds, you will not be able to remember until and unless I give you the framework behind it. So if you see, the framework behind it is just try to imagine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a rectangle. Yes? So one is this, two is this, three is this, and so on and so forth. Because this has been converted into a PDF, so you can't see the framework behind it, but that's how it is. Now, if I tell me anything, you will be able to recognize it. So the point that I'm trying to make is that each student is different, each teacher is different, but we need to use differentiated learning to understand the perspectives and how our students are learning. And with that, I think the teacher's role is fivefold. One, she has to integrate STEM education. She has to make sure that the learning is collaborative. She has to have hands-on projects for her students to experience that learning. And these are all things that NEP talks about, right? So I want teachers to make students explore, question, and innovate. Let's go a little back in our time. We had Gurukul system where all of this was in place. But somewhere down the line, we've forgotten that. So let's bring it back to our system. We are the leaders. We have always been the leaders in education. Let's prove it once again, right? With that, I move on to the employer's perspective. Now, according to the employer's perspective, you very rightly said, we see what is in demand in the market. So I think employers should be nurturing their talent rather than telling them you are not of use because you have now been outgrown and I want to hire somebody else and I want to replace you. Instead of that, if I think that my workforce should be ready for the future, then I should take the responsibility for upskilling them. And that's
for me the most important thing as an employer. I want to nurture my talent, right? I want to make sure that my workforce is working as a contagious innovator. When I say contagious innovator, I mean whatever they do, their enthusiasm should run, you know, in multi-folds to the person sitting to the right, left corner of the system. It should be so contagious that enthusiasm with which I work should be so contagious that it's like flowing through the entire room. That's what, for me, is a contagious innovator. And third, I want them to be ecosystem enthusiasts. They should be knowing what is happening around them, and they should be working towards upskilling themselves, keeping themselves abreast with everything that is happening around them. Right? So that's for me the most important thing as a employee. And that brings me to the third perspective, which is what should be the policymakers' contribution. And I think policymakers have the most difficult part of it all because they have to make sense out of nothing and everything, right? So I think that's why that picture there is very, very apt for me. And we have been talking about quantum, but I just want to bring into perspective the quantum effort worldwide. And in that, if you see India, we have set aside 60 billion rupees. And we are not far from the leaders, world leaders, and majority of the people. So we are putting our right foot forward. But where do we learn from? We should be learning from European Quantum Flagship Initiative, which started in 2018. We are now in 2024. Similarly, the US National Quantum Initiative started in 2018. We are in 2024 right now. We heard about one of my young friends talk about the National Indian Mission as well, but we are in 2024 now, right? Let's put our foot forward and see a few case studies that we can learn from. Again, this is a PDF, so I apologize for that. But the three main things that I wanted to highlight is the IBM case study, and of course, the Quantum Technology Initiative by Finland. So these are few case studies that we should be mindful of and we should be learning from and putting our best foot forwards. So what is the action plan according to me? This is the ready roadmap for you. You just need to plan your educational foundation well, put a lot of money into research and development, take part in workshops like this, thanks to Professor Pant. We are all here on a Sunday afternoon, enjoying and learning a lot about your quantum readiness, right? So participate in workshops, have a lot of collaboration platforms where you can share your thoughts, make partnerships alive, network a lot with like-minded people, collaborate with tech giants who already have the funds to do the needful. Do not shy away from collaborating with them. Have some pilot projects, fail fast, learn faster, and re-innovate the wheel fastest. That's the roadmap that we have to follow. And last but not the least, be the talent nurturer and not the one to say goodbye to anyone. That's all from me. If there are any questions, I think I yes.
Your company has 700 people. How many of them are quantum?
Frankly speaking, I think I am one of them who's standing right in front of you and talking. And yes, exactly. And I am nurturing my talent. So the very fact that you said I've changed parties. No, I have not changed parties. The only step that I've taken is now I'm not nurturing young, bright students. I am nurturing the people who are required in this change. They are the ones who are the most difficult to change. So I have taken that step forward and I have taken that initiative for myself that if nobody will move, let me move towards that. So yes, to answer your question, at least 15 of them are quantum ready.
And how many job openings there are?
How many
Job openings for quantum?
Not at all. None. None. They are only in AI and Gen AI. My entire workforce is Gen AI ready. My entire workforce is Gen AI ready, and I'm proud to say that. Right? But if you talk about quantum, exactly, it will. Yes, it will.
I agree that there are no jobs.
Right now, there are no. Yes. Absolute. Not for my company, but of course, there will be companies who must be having. For example, Google. I mentioned IBM. If they are upskilling their teams, then obviously there are jobs. That's why they are upskilling. And that's why they're investing. Right? It's just a matter of mindset.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to request Mr. Rahul Agarwal to talk about given what you see from a non-perspective coming in and even for the job prevention. Like big companies like Google, IBM, Atom, they have job openings. But how do you see the university system ready right now? Like we don't have any BTech, right? In master, there is some specialization in quantum right now. So some institutions like IIT actually have a 1 credit course in quantum in BTech CS. But do you see the preparation for the can I take you through it?
Good afternoon. So I'm going to take you through a small set of slides uh, which talk about quantum readiness at the university stage. So if you look back, I'll take my own example. Uh, so I joined engineering course in computer science in mid 80s, and that was a time when there was a lot of uncertainty about computers because that's the time the computers were being introduced in India, and so there was very little awareness what will happen when we are going to pass through this course. So the most in demand jobs branches were civil, mechanical, or electrical. The growth potential was hazy. Career prospects were unclear. You don't know what will happen after I complete my course. There were very few colleges who were offering this as a branch, and some some of my fellow students they even switched a branch after first year. So because they were unclear what will happen, but over time, my decision has proved to be so right. So if I look back, I see quantum technology is in a similar situation as of today. And similar situation as I think you were mentioning, AI was about 10 years back. So if I look back at 10 years back, there were very few colleges or very few institutes who are offering that kind of courses. But today, it is in so much of demand. So situation is that we have seen first quantum era, where the quantum principles uh, were established, and there were a lot of technologies which were developed based on those. And we have seen technologies like laser systems, semiconductor devices. So all the phones, mobile phones, and computers which we use, all these are based upon the principles of quantum mechanics. MRI systems, Pansar mentioned, solar energy, digital camera, nuclear power. These are all the technologies which we have been using without being probably aware that these are based upon the principles of quantum mechanics. But now what we are going to talk about is that is quantum 2.0, which is basically the second revolution. And we are talking about this because the quantum mechanics research has progressed to such a level that scientists can now even able to detect a single quantum and even can manipulate the states of that. And that is basically leading to evolution of some new technologies which are going to use the properties of your superposition and entanglement.
And that's basically going to lead us into 4 different areas: quantum communications, quantum sensors, quantum computing, and quantum materials. So these are 4 broad categories. And here we have different applications which are going to be possible through quantum computing, which is artificial intelligence, drug design and development, cyber security, financial modeling, weather forecasting, logistics optimization, and computational chemistry. So these are various areas in which quantum computing is going to help us. And if we look at, there is a frenetic race which is happening across all sectors. So if you look at computers, so there are so many companies who are working in development of quantum computers and the quantum technologies. If you look at automobile sector, all these companies like Daimler, Tesla, Volkswagen, Ford, all these are working on developing quantum technologies and use it in their technology. In finance, again, there are a number of companies who are working in this field. Then ExxonMobil and Mitsubishi Chemical, they are working in the quantum chemistry. Then in aerospace, Boeing and Airbus, all these are focusing on. So maybe I think you must be getting some answers. Pharmaceuticals, the companies are focusing on how they can use quantum computing and other technologies for discovering new drugs. So it is clear that the future is poised to be quantum, and it's important for us to know what is happening in India. So we in the morning we talked about National Quantum Mission, which is focusing on 3 broad areas. The first one is to promote R&D and innovation in quantum technology, basically supporting startups and any organization who is going to focus in development of quantum technology. Then develop a bit-sized computer. So we talked in the morning that TFIR is working on development of a 7-qubit computer. So National Quantum Mission is going to support that, and it is also looking to forward development of QKD, which is quantum key distribution, which is going to help in quantum computer safe encryptions. And also the third area is develop new products and services, world-class startups, and international collaborations. So these are 3 broad areas which National Quantum Mission is going to focus on, and government has earmarked 6,000 crores for this mission. So it's a substantial amount which government is planning to put to development of quantum technology. So it's a huge opportunity which can be there. There are various government agencies who have already started working on this, like DRDO, ISRO, CDAC, Department of Atomic Energy, CDOT, and NPL. So all these government organizations have already started projects in the quantum technology. There are various academic and research institutes who have started their academic and research programs in the quantum technologies. Then in private sector also, there are various companies who have started ramping up their resources in the quantum field to support the future quantum products and quantum services related requirements. So all this is based upon a report by NASSCOM, which has been published about 2 years back, and you can access it online. There are various startups which have come up in India, almost about 20 plus startups which are working in different areas of quantum technology. So there's a lot of action which is happening in India as well. And NASSCOM report, which I was mentioning, that is highlighting what kind of, there is a manpower challenge. So situation is there's a huge gap in demand and supply of homegrown human capital in the quantum field. And on-ground challenges are there is an intense competition to have PhD scholars. They are looking to hire PhD scholars, but they are busy in their own research and they have academic commitments. Startups are not able to hire as skilled workforce is looking to work out of India. And there are some specific areas in which niche skills are not available. At the same time, this report highlights
that in next 5 to 10 years, we will be having quantum-based applications which are going to be available to all of us. And at that time, the demand for quantum skills is going to shoot up. So there's a huge opportunity which can be there if we start preparing ourselves now. So how do we get ready for this? Obviously, we look for our institute as a student, but probably we need not wait for that. Let's understand what are the skills we need to develop. So one is having basic maths and physics. Other is understanding of quantum concepts and quantum algorithms. Quantum computing is very different from our classical computing. So we need to kind of understand how quantum computing works and how the quantum algorithms are. Then there are various programming languages which are specifically designed for quantum computing, and there are frameworks available. So one can look for developing skills in those. And quantum computers and platforms. Of course, quantum computers are very scarce right now, and those are not very stable also. But those are being provided access to cloud. So cloud access is being provided for the quantum computers. And if you are looking forward, you can possibly run your programs also on those. So these are different quantum development environments. You can learn quantum programming, develop and execute code on simulated or real environment. So Qiskit is a very, very popular environment. It's an open source tool which is available, and if one wants, you can look forward to start working on this. Microsoft is providing something called QDK, Quantum Development Kit, and QP is being provided by Google Playground. And there are online platforms and resources. So IBM Quantum Experience, Silk is from Google, QHash or Azure Quantum is from Microsoft. Then Xanadu is providing strawberry fields. Amazon Bucket is of course from Amazon, and Rigetti Forest. These are just some of the environments which are available on cloud, and you can access them. Then India has also developed a quantum simulator tool. So QSIM is the one, and it is developed by CDAC, IIT Roorkee, and ISC, and it is funded by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. This tool is available free of cost, and you can use it online. So it is providing you the complete environment to write your code in Python, and you can run it on a simulated quantum platform. There are various online tutorials, videos available. You can have certain books. So I'm not going to talk about all these books. ChatGPT is another very good tool. You can look at exploring some concept, and when in doubt, you can probably ask ChatGPT, and it can help you, and it will give you some ideas further to further exploration. So I am just showing you some sample. I'll put these in the session handouts. You can help. And there are formal courses also available. MTech courses provided by various IITs and also by some institutes. This again will going to be available in the session handouts. Then at the graduate level, if somebody is looking forward to join engineering, engineering physics is a course which is having a lot of coverage for quantum mechanics. So probably if somebody is interested, they can look forward joining. And IIT Bombay and IIT Madras, they are also providing an interdisciplinary dual degree program for their graduate students. But it's not limited to IITs. There are other open courses also, and those are also being provided by IITs like IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, IICR Pune. QPI is basically in association with ISC Bangalore, and also by MIT. And they are also available on SWAYAM portal. So these are different avenues which are available to you, and these are open programs. So it's not like you have to be IIT student only, then you can join these. Then also there are self-paced courses available on the online platforms like EDX, Udemy Tech, and also Q Krishi. Q Krishi is offering a free course on Qiskit. And also Professor Pant is also offering a digital Gurukul, and you can have a program offering from that. So he is having 4 weeks program, demystifying quantum, quantum revolution, first quantum revolution, second quantum revolution, and mathematics of quantum. So these are the 4 courses which are available from Sir's Gurukul. It's available on this mmfund.com. So we need not wait, and let's just start the journey. That's what I would say.
Thank you for your question. So here, what happened was, in master's level and above, there was content on AI, programs on AI. Then schools certainly came up with curriculum on AI, this was a subject. Then at graduate level, institutes were looking here and there to juggle up and come up with a BTech program at around you. So do you think for quantum there is a readiness at graduate level?
Yeah, so maybe I just use like couple of more slides. Yes, so one is what is lacking is awareness about quantum computing. At the college level, institutes level, students are not aware about quantum, what are the possibilities. And the other is that the content, as you were mentioning, the content is generally focused towards quantum mechanics in terms of equations and mathematics and so on. So everybody feels threatened. Well, it's so difficult. It's such a difficult subject, and whether I can really get into this or not. But there's nothing. See, it's basically a question of how the subject is being taught, rather than the subject itself being complex. So the same concept, if can in a kind of a simplified manner, probably it could be it could help. So you would like to say something?
Yeah. First, unlike today's educators, the quantum physicists always scare the world about quantum. What are the statistics? If anybody thinks he knows computer, he is mistaken. Einstein said, if you think you know quantum, you are mistaken. Somebody said this is weirder than the weirdest thing that you could think of. So firstly, it is that way. But what I want to do, I want to leapfrog to today's model. So instead of copying UGC, AICTE, BTech, MTech, you forget that. And I'm encouraging all of you to explore it because I've seen that there's a very well-known educational technology professor called Mike Sharples. Mike Sharples is UK OU, very well-known. He recently had a book called Digital Pedagogy. UK OU has been for 10 years compiling what are the best pedagogy. And Mike Sharples is a lecturer saying the new science of learning. And he must be quite ancient, retired professor, and I think Ravi Sharma knows them also. In this latest presentation, you know the example is given. I asked ChatGPT to teach me quantum computing, and then asked it to assess how much I have learned. So that's a new way of learning. Right. You're not going to wait for somebody who's qualified, BTech, AICTE approved, etc. Right. But you will go straight on to the new method of learning yourself. First, ChatGPT, Mike Sharples says, he learned because he did that experiment. And it will, you can learn and you can assess also how much you really know. Right. So, you know, I allow you to make questions. And we, this is AI, and we go and so on. This will allow you to become quantum from zero, step by step, what you can wave particle velocity, uncertainty, there is that right to quantum entanglement which we can talk about. And you will, so today you don't have to depend on a university. In fact, I will not share with you the reason I organized this event was. You know, I saw that in the last 2 years, this quantum is just getting 10 people. Right. And I was part of them. It is TIFR, it is IIT Roorkee, it is IIT Kanpur, it is IIT Bangalore, etc. Now, there, to me, there's now just a world of 15 bit quantum, 20 bit. And you use this bit and start making what you want. You don't have to wait. Right. That was the traditional thing. Today, it is already an idea of
do something different with become organized.
Right, right.
And quantum algorithm is something that can go towards this. And if you people have patience, who produce the ideas that are one, the reason I have done this, very honestly, I got all these children, or all these people, is the government way of doing it is a sheer not failure. They have no intention or no understanding of how things are working that go on. I don't want to demonstrate now. Read what this carefully at 3 minutes. And it started 3 minutes.
Then if you see what also say that every party, where what is the party and the rest is the way. But anything is the option. Can they do? But after the entire party, 300 crore less water than at that level, we will find the largest. That law of quantum mechanics was told that any particle we allow so again, let's go to the basic. So when the computer was discovered, that is not even really easy. Zero and one. So this is two.
So now here is the person in charge of the national quantum mission, budget of 6,000 crores. He doesn't know what a bit is. He's saying 0001 is 1, but 0011 is 2. No, 0011 is 3. So see, that is what I'm trying to say. The people in charge, and this video has been on for almost 1 year, but nobody is corrected it, nobody has found fault with it, etc. He uses the word computers were discovered, computers were invented. I am actually shocked. at the ratio situation to press the fund. He is a person who was, he is taking my seat in yes. All right, but he never dealt with computer. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But he is, you are now a trainer. You are an incited person, so you said that I am just saying as an observer of what he said. You have confirmed this, but see, no, I hate this. But I want to say that also people become aware, there are some new ideas, new ways of doing things, new applications, and so on. And that is the motive behind my getting this. He was also secretary UPC. Then it सारी planning है, लेकिन what he has dealt with no computer. नहीं, but लेकिन मेरा मतलब ये है कि it is an approach towards the thing. कि वो जर्नलिस्ट की तैयारी करके पढ़ने आई है. ये कुछ नहीं, इसको कुछ मतलब डिप्लोमी सिस्टम का एक्सपेरिमेंट कौन कोई माने ही नहीं है. ये तो और for the rest of you, what is very interesting and why this field is exciting is that unlike classical computers, where the model of a bit has been established, for quantum computers, the model of bit has not been established. At least 7, 8 approaches of trying to get it qubit, and maybe people come up with a new approach. This concept of understanding that quantum is only for small things is also wrong. It does not like photosynthesis. Room temperature में होता है, बड़े-बड़े पेड़ में होता है. So quantum, you have to understand the concept, and I say this because all these people start repeating quantum of what? This quantum of action. Action, in fact, Planck's constant, the unit of the 6.6 minus 34 per second. So in a system where you can talk about the action, and when the action becomes so small, as it is a small multiple of extra, then it becomes quantum. So he has no idea. And what I dislike is, he is not even trying to find it out. And always thinking that tomorrow know what the Planck's constant, what is the thing. He has no interest. And he's like, India will be great, this, that, whatever. So all that I want him to we know there is a big opportunity. If nobody knows the big opportunity for people, that's why I talk about school level, university level, people who build computers, and people will come from lots of areas, progress in India. We'll go back to our.
I think one thing that I want to add to Rahulji's 6 skills that he mentioned is the skill that Professor Pant always tells us, the skill of being a self-learner. So stop waiting for somebody to push you and tell you, this is what you have to learn. Start taking ownership of your own learning and start taking that step for yourself. Right? So that is a very important skill that you should have in that bracket, which Rahulji just presented.
Many people think that computers are because of zeros and ones. That is big. This is a mistaken. The only thing is we do not have any physical device which can have 3 stable states or 4 stable states. At one time there was a lot of papers internationally where we have 3 states. Then your system will become smaller. It is only accidental that we have a system where only 2 stable states are available. Right? Zero, one, 1, 0. Then superposition हो जाता है. So that means 1, 0 to 5 भी हो सकता है. Then I so
the course in mid-80s. And the time of joining that course, I also had a lot of doubt whether I would be able to learn computer from our
64 with 10 lakh is small. 50 times. So I'm feeling very, very scared whether my computer seek homework and AC homework. So whenever there is a new thing, this happens. So there's nothing to feel scared, and you join, you will definitely be able to learn. I request Professor Sunil to give it opening.
Fine. Without me, go on.
This is what we want.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, after this such conversation, it is very difficult for anyone to stand and speak. And especially when mentors like Professor Pant sir and stalwarts like Ratan Datta sir. Sir, हाँ सर मैं वही आ रहा था. Dr. Ratan Datta sir, to whom I have been listening for decades, because he has been he was president for Computer Society of India also, so we had lots of opportunity to interact with him. The best part of this event was those 5 students who were presenting about quantum computing, and probably the thing what you all have presented here to present here at this forum, where people, those who are sitting here, responsible for organizing this event, probably they are seeding for that future tree where India as a nation will work and feel proud. You covered all those things which I had prepared. So I don't know what to speak now. But anyway, wonderfully articulated. And starting from 1901, when this Planck's constant, which is basically considered to be the basis for today's conceptualized quantum computers. So starting from 1901 and then stopped by post-Max Planck, and then subsequently the work which was taken up further by Niels Bohr, Heisenberg, and other, and all those got Nobel Prizes, in spite of having some criticism on it, one over other. And then, after around 1927, there was that progress in the field of quantum computers was slowed down like anything till 1970 when quantum information theory was founded. And then, of course, when Fleming, who proposed the quantum computers model, quantum computer system, till 1981, when Benioff, who actually started talking about quantum computers and how a quantum computer will work, and subsequently followed by 1994, which was a benchmark in the study of quantum computers, Shor and Grover, propounded their algorithm, and those algorithms gave the confidence that these quantum computers have that potential to solve complex problems which otherwise these classical computers may find it difficult, if not difficult, at least time consuming. Like a small example, drug discovery is considered to be one of the challenging areas. The Google AI-driven application, it created 170,000 structures, protein structures, which were to be evaluated. And when people were trying to simulate it on a classical computer, it was the scientists, the researchers which were involved in that team, they suggested that it will take around few weeks or even a few months to study the protein interaction of 170,000 structures. If more than 120 most powerful computers of today, they are engaged into that process. Now this is for 170,000. Whereas the membrane protein, if you try to study, it goes beyond multiple times. Now with the classical computers, though when we talk about classical computer and quantum computer, we should keep these two things separate, at least as of now. Because these quantum computers, as of now,
are not considered to be a replacement for the classical computers, because classical computers have different vertical of applications. And most of the problems that we are having today, they are able to solve it. But there are a number of problems. While it is happening, if you look back for 60 years, 70 years, the development of information technology in the computer system, what we see, 70 years back in the 60s, we used to have four major regions of components: data, how that data can be processed, the application part, how those processed data could be transmitted at desired location, the network, and to making those transmission of data, transmission of information rather, safer and secure. After 70 years, our struggle is on those four parameters. From flat file in 1960s, where text data could be stored, now type of data, what can be stored, image, motion, video, all those things have changed. The volume of data has changed. Now, a Boeing aircraft which flies for 1 hour, it generates around 20 terabyte data and captures around 300,000 parameters. With 3 large parameters, value it captures, and the total amount of data which it creates in an hour is about 20 terabytes. Now, with this voluminous data, before 85 or early 90s, the relevance of historical data was not that much. People started realizing only when concept of data mining, that AI, machine learning, started picking up, and people started thinking that if we have a data store, we can still find some noise pattern from here to take futuristic decisions. So prediction would be done. Now, the volume of data from that text file is leading towards a kind of environment where we don't have data storage capacity, and that's how we are now either integrating storage devices, creating storage networks, piling up the data, and then developing applications which can process it. Now, from that particular data, which is humongous, if we start processing it and analyzing it, with the time passes, now data is growing in multi-folds. Probably our classical computers may find it difficult to process it, analyze it, and respond on real-time systems. And that's where this quantum computing, because as sir was mentioning, that principle of classical computer is working on bits. At any point of time, any that the storage structure can have at most one, either 0 or 1. Whereas qubit, through superposition, it has that capability to store 0 and 1 at the same time. In simple mathematics, it reduces the required storage capacity to the 50%, at least if you don't go into the details. Now, this new kind of storage, which is yet to stabilize, is heading towards a scenario where this voluminous information would be able to be processed on real-time basis and respond accordingly, so that the limitations of classical computers could be eliminated or could be solved to some extent. So journey which started in 1901, we are into 2024, and how we realize, people realize about a technology, about a product, that how important it is going to, number one, how private sector is responding to it. Because it then starts giving confidence. And second, once that private sector laid down the foundation and showed the path that this is the technology which is futuristic in nature, then probably government also start thinking that yes, if it is so important that industry is working like anything day and night, why should we not? So at least we should start functioning. And for students, those who would be graduating in next 3 to 5 years, the scenario as it speaks seems to be very, very bright. Because the private sector, if you look at it, in 2021, the private sector funding to the quantum computing domain was around $770 million, which was doubled in 2021, just in a year. Till 2013, we hardly have double-digit startups in the field of quantum computing. In 2023, it surpassed 300 plus. Means that private sector, that those industries are looking that the way quantum is picking up, it is going to resolve many issues, many complex problems which industry is having today. And realizing this government uh, doesn't react on just these statements. They very closely observe this. National Quantum Mission in the morning that Karthik very nicely elaborated. Wonderful elaboration that NQ National Quantum Mission was. Apart from those 6,000 crore rupees which is to be spent in next 5 to 7 years, government has also projection rather than plan to create a workforce of 25,000 plus individuals. Now, the government is working to create a resource of 25,000 plus in 3 to 5 years down the lane from where this resource will come. The role of academic institutions are going to be very important. This was one thing. At the same time, Department of Science and Technology has taken an initiative to promote these quantum technology-related initiatives by building a small infrastructure institute. They have kept around 80 crore rupees creating for promoting and creating such kind of infrastructure in schools. Now, if government is acting like that, they overall spending on quantum computing in 2023 was around $4.1 billion worldwide, which is expected to surpass $32 billion in 2032. The kind of funding, private funding, which is coming up into these quantum startups. Now you see a plethora of organizations, what Rahul has also shown in his presentation, that probably we are not aware of. We are not aware of this dominating technology, dictating technology, which is ready to take up in near future. And probably the responsibility of academic institutions is more. Unfortunately, they are not ready to respond. And probably this is the reason why this conference is. And rightly said that there are many things which cannot, which may not, and probably will not be taught in the classes. Because we know the process of syllabus formation, revision, we don't need to discuss about those things. If university system follows the curriculum is 7 to 8 years down the lane, in 7, 8 years, now technology is entirely changed. Things are changed. And if a student takes admission in first year and we are deciding the latest technology as on date, after 4 years when he passes out, the scenario gets changed. So it is very important for all of us, and that's what I feel privileged today to be part of this event. I've spoken at lots of forums in academia, but this was my dream platform. When I got the message from Professor Pant, who has been our mentor for more than 2 decades now, he has been guiding, and our MCA fresh batch starts with his message every year for almost 15 years. So this is something, this occasion is something which is very special to me. I've learned a lot of things today, and those things are so simple, presented so easily that as a teacher, I'm going with lots of learning today. But as an institution, of course, we work on such suggestion he has suggested, and I wish to share this. The first quantum computing course which I went through was on WhatsApp. Can you imagine that course can be run on WhatsApp? And that course was delivered during COVID, July 2020, by Pansar for me and for all my faculty and students of postgraduate programs. So he's working, his conference may seem to be a new initiative, but his work started years back. From the classroom to the course on WhatsApp to the event which was organized at Gurgaon, and today a conference. We organize conferences, and trust me,
At 5 p.m., 4 p.m. in the evening, in any conference, hardly you find people attending those sessions. People are left with either those who are presenting the papers or those who are organizing the conference. But still, if these many students, if such people are sitting here, I think we are on right track. And let us take these learnings, take these discussions forward to make at our institutions our students aware, to make aware our faculty because they are the first person to be taught. And let's try to prove this conference worthy in times to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. And now I think the area stage for Dr. Rana. I think a lot of people have asked questions around the school level. So let's start.
I believe it is. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this opportunity. Jai Hind, everyone. Dr. Bhavna, and I believe this is everyone is aware of quantum mechanics, quantum optics, quantum biology, quantum material science, quantum condensed matter physics, quantum field theory and quantum gravity, quantum metrology, quantum sensing video, quantum text, quantum imagining, quantum machine learning, quantum thermodynamics, and quantum biotechnology. All these are fields which are currently we all are working and the searchers are working on. Yes, I am. And I still remember Sir told me that please read the article Usefulness of Useless Knowledge. That article was so nice. And I would like to just relate here because my fellow panelists have already spoken so many things. So I would like to, because I'm denoting here a K-12 segment and I'm a teacher first. And when a teacher is in the classroom, there must be some hands-on activity. So I would like to have few students here. Here, two boys, please come here. See, we know, we have heard so many things. Yes, you both of you, please, boys, come fast. We have heard since morning quantum, superposition, बहुत कुछ सुन लिया. क्या मेरे बच्चों अभी तक ये समझ में भी आया है क्या? I'm sorry, but this is the fact. है कि नहीं? चल, अब ये सिक्का उछालते हैं. जरा देखते हैं क्या आता है. Let's see क्या आता है. Let's see. We will assume, okay? So you just toss it, have it in your hand, and you see what you will have it. Okay. Can you get it?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see what it is. It is. Okay. Let's toss it now. You do. Wow, and some. Yeah. Oh, I think this. It's head. It's tails.
Also,
Okay.
we think what is coming, it will never come.
Yes. So it is all about what in the classic computing we know about two-stage of it's like normal, it's head or tail. But this randomness, this particular kind of data, just record करते हैं. इस coin को अगर हम roll करते हैं, कर सकते हैं. One more experiment. Can you please help me? Okay. So what step it is? Until it is rolling and not dropping, what it is? क्या है? Please, one more. Once the coin is on the edges and rolling like this, There is nothing, neither a head or not a chair. Beautiful boys, take a seat. So the activity demonstrated here, the activity demonstrated how randomness is used in classical computing and highlights the element of unpredictability. You, we can just relate it to the quantum computing and utilize the principles called superposition and entanglement. Since we are listening it, we know it. Now we know the superposition is what? When there is no state. Sir, I'm right? गलत तो नहीं बोला मेरा वीडियो भी बन रहा है सर Fine. Fine. Do I write it more? So when we talk about, I have a presentation too. So can we, how we can open this?
Yeah, in between, different one. Professor, people, 30 seconds, and people are out. And these positive behaviors, and can keep people away.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have one more thing with you. Now, any one of you have heard song Koi Mil Gaya?
Yes.
सबने सुना है लिरिक्स याद है थोड़े थोड़े चलिए अब हम क्वांटम फिजिक्स की बात कर रहे हैं थोड़े थोड़े जितने याद है उतने बोल दीजिए कोई मिल गया मेरा दिल क्या बताऊं यारों सुनना प्लीज मैं इधर गया हूँ उधर गया हूँ थोड़ा पैराग्राफ तो जल्दी है ना नहीं आता कोई इधर बेसिकली So in the conversation of time, I'm just sharing here कि उस गाने में इधर गया उधर गया. If you ask me, I can relate it that elements of wonder and discovery which resonate with the exploration of the unknown after associated with the quantum physics. इधर गया उधर गया क्यों भी classroom teachers should teach. This is how classroom teacher should relate. It is not a big term. It is not a big thing. It is just a simple phenomenon which has to be there in the classroom with the teachers, and the teachers can relate it very easily. The only thing which the teacher has to do is to prepare a proper lesson plan. Once you start, even I always quote this thing that you are a teacher, you just wear a crown of artificial intelligence and your beauty will be personified. You will look like a Queen Elizabeth. Because once you have the knowledge of, if once you empower yourself with AI, you will definitely have this power. Because these kids, those who are sitting, I was just, I've just changed my presentation after listening everything, and I'm being the last one. Sir was saying what I should say, and then I was just thinking, what should I say? So I changed the complete presentation, and I just want to add one thing: cultivating quantum ready minds today for the challenges of tomorrow's world is the job of a leader now. Best that my sir, my Pant sir, is always a guiding force behind me, who has given me this opportunity to lead this thing, and we are taking it to the classroom so that my students should enable themselves for today, which I hope that although that was a content, how I can have it in my curriculum. I can have it in my curriculum, which is very easy to integrate into disciplinary, multidisciplinary approach. I just added art form into it with adding a song here, activity, hands-on activity. So here we can relate very well. And here, personal development training, which Gurpreet ma'am has rightly said, We need, even though for that reason only CBSE has made it mandatory that 50 hours training is must for the educators, because the learner who is listening to them, they have ample power to empower themselves on their own. That's what we have seen here right now. All the students, maybe their teacher even don't know about what is quantum computing, but they have today explained very well about that at what it is. Am I right? So, so they are self-learners and they don't need any support. They just need guidance. They just need the so the role of the teacher, as we always say, that the role of the teacher is now curator, and now right now academic integration, interdisciplinary approach, which I just showed you right now. And this is how creating quantum ready learning environment, which Rahul sir has already shared, that there are so many resources, so many people working on it. You just have to take a lead and you have to take that awareness to the next level, and you need to showcase that to your learners when you are in a classroom. Then comes to collaboration with industry and research institutions, engaging with the community. That's what we are doing right now, and we all have one interest in our which we are which has taken us to this level, is that we all are the innovators. We want to take this society and we want to be a leader for the future. That's why we all are here. Am I right, sir? Yes. Because in 2040, when we talk about and we challenges, we all know there are so many challenges. When we talk about when I see a class nursery child, my responsibility for a class nursery child is to take that child to 2040 when the child will be graduating, means completing class 12. So when we are thinking about this, government is still thinking about formulating the rules of AI, implementation of AI, which is still not there. So maybe by 2030 we will be having that rules, and by 2040 we will be having the rules for quantum too. But my student who is right now in nursery, that's what new education policy and national curriculum framework, school education talk about, that you need to engage, encourage curiosity and sustain that curiosity, and you have to focus and empower your learner with the scientific skills. This year is a STEM year. All the planning, all everything from the CBSE guidelines are there to encourage the STEM-based learning among the learners. So this is what we have to do on the page number 219 and 193. It is clearly mentioned, encourage curiosity. Encourage curiosity in the learner, and that is the national curriculum framework talking about. So I hope I am here for the call of action. I want all the learners to join me on this journey, and I definitely need support from all of you. Please come and visit to my school so that we can encourage and create a generation which is ready for 2040, not for 2024 की क्लास पास हो गई, बच्चा 3C से चौथी में और चौथी से पांचवी में चला गया, ये अब हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं रहा है. Thank you so much for listening me.
So do we have time for Q&A or 5 minutes? So any questions from the audience? I have one. Yes, one of the partners. You were saying it's start of funding. We're going to fund it. Primarily the started by the funding. Who will do? I cannot go to a venture capitalist. He will not fund it. Banks will not give money. Yes, sir. They will give. But most of the funding was not from the banks. These are the angel investors who angel investors will not give me on that I come to so investment. Sir, no, that I have to do that. No, sir. Sir, in fact, it is startup, whether they start with the product only all the time. It's like what happens here with EIE, every quarter they hold a meeting here. And anyone who has some idea, who has tried to work out on it, and just a draft, we people to find. How much money will you get? How much initial money? What do you think I will say? Sir, how much money will be like that? Sir, it will be the probability of scaling up at least on both sides. What I'm trying to say.
My initial budget, if I have to get 50%, will be about a crore of per month. So, my one of my students, here only, last year he got 2.5 crore, in the first year. So it depends on the concept, it depends on the nuances of the idea, and how it can be scaled up to address a particular problem. So maybe the way to think of that is we can say, if they need to develop great companies that are investor ready or angel investor ready, you don't need to be a coder or a developer. We are in a world of no code, no, and you know all companies will be. Same on the then we have also started co-pilot transformers. You can just use those transformers and create your own LLM. You don't need a programmer or a developer to start it. Like all you guys earlier, yeah, so all you need is an ability to connect the dots with multiple bits of conversation. So I mean, that whole notion that there is always difficult to start is probably an old paradigm. And yeah, and I know that innovation doesn't create a large organization. It creates very young people with very fresh way of thinking out of the box and trying to. I've had a 9-year-old get a patent, a 12-year-old girl getting a patent, ninth class boy getting an award from the Prime Minister of India just last year. And these are innovations which I am very proud that I have just helped them a little bit to find where to find the resources to get that idea to the next step. So it's just the requirement today is not just for money, but for people to really mentor these young minds who have very fresh ideas and they're very passionate about it. To find them is a big problem, but people like me have found a lot of them. So it's just a matter of giving them the right guidance, which is what we have seen coming from Dr. Pant and others in the group. If we have this kind of conversation and we also engage with these entrepreneurs, I think we can really solve some of the most challenging problems. And the kind of ideas that these young people have is just phenomenal. I just can't even have the right words to put it, but I have seen people go abroad with those ideas international and do wonders. Unfortunately, we don't get the right breeding ground in India. But there are those same people have come back to India and brought that technology back to India and are really making the difference around it. So it might take a longer period for us to really get there, but yes, there are a lot of innovative talent which is just waiting out there for guidance people like us. Just a small, I know late 80s, CSI won lot of awards in coding. Singapore, Philippines, and Malaysia. We took it to the President of India and showed that these are the children who want it. These are school children. But now you don't need coders. Coders are getting obsolete. That's where I think my friend said, you use Microsoft or Google something so that you can do it. That's why AI quantum computing comes together. Okay, one other thing. I found Dr. Chipper has some program for the students, but I don't want meeting. That please
add a course on AI because 8th and 12th class students are learning AI. Then quantum computing and supercomputers are essential. You have no program for undergraduate level. And we share this. I have got no. Whereas I think my chancellor, I don't especially about my own qualification, but he did worry about it. That's unfortunate, but I am pushing it so that it comes up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are completely out of time. I want to thank my panelists. I think this has been a very informative session for our audience because we have so much diversity. Thank you so much. We'll always catch up with them after the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. and thank you, friends, for this really engaging session. We are continuing with our last session. So I would like to request the chair, Ms. Meenu Arora, and the panelists, Richa ji, Ritika ji, and Dr. Vandana. We are not going to I will read. बोल देना सर नहीं जैसे हर वीडियो 2-3 मिनट का है 5 का व्यू का 15 मिनट से हाँ वो आपको क्या बोला ये इनका बायो पर करिए पूरा अच्छा नहीं ठीक है सर ठीक का पर ये का पर मुझे पढ़ना ये कौन सी है प्रिया University. With academic background, including a master's in education, master's in psychology, and a diploma in training and development. She brings expertise in education. Pranav ji. Shamit, बोलूंगी वीडियो बना लिया इसे बना लिया Okay, friends, let's begin with our final session for this event. And here the session is about parental awareness for quantum readiness. I will request Dimple to introduce the chair for this session, Ms. Meenu Arora.
Ms. Meenu Arora holds the position of Associate Director of Outreach at Clear University. With her academic background, including a master's in education, master's in psychology, and a diploma in training and development, she brings expertise in educational counseling, career guidance, and parental support. Boasting over 25 years of experience in educational sector, she has interacted with students, parents, and teachers. Within schools, and currently focuses on the realm of higher education. Meenu is a staunch advocate for the importance of liberal education, helping students and parents understand its value. As a certified counselor from NCERT, she is driven by a desire to assist students in making informed career choices and preparing for their futures. She leads workshops on various topics and an instrumental in developing for training programs for counselors. Her contributions to guidance, counseling, and life supporters empowerment have been recognized with an award from ASEAP. Thank you.
Yeah. She speaks so well. I'll request her to go ahead and introduce Ms. Richa, sitting to our left. Please go ahead. Yes.
Richa Malviya is a PhD scholar at NIEPA. She has been member of CBSE committee for Development of Capacity Building Programmers, CBP, on educating parents about education. Proposed to be offered CBSE teachers as per the latest CBT guidelines that will equip teachers, individuals with the necessary skills and knowledge on active learning on 21st century workforce, which has been released by CBSE in November 2023. She has been working in areas of curriculum, syllabus, and textbook development, evaluation, training, research, and consultancy. She is a medalist in B.Ed and M.Ed program at Guru Gobind Singh University and University. AUUP, she has co-authored several books on education, psychology, technology, teacher education, science education, value education, and gender education for graduate students. She has experience of teaching at the school level and college level. And since her appointment in Jagannath University 2018 and visiting Jagannath University faculty at JIMS Rohini. Presently, her research interest focuses on self-learning, enables self-learning and self-regulated learning in higher education institutions. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Ritika. Her voice is better than mine.
Ritika Subhash is an educator and an ed tech supporter. She has spent over 11 years in bringing personalized math learning programs to classrooms and students across socio-economic strata. She has worked extensively with schools in Asia, Middle East, and Europe, and has supported thousands of teachers and students in adopting blended teaching and student-driven learning. Ritika is also the founder of Parent Academy, an organization with a mission to bring conscious, harmonious parenting principles to a million families. In next 10 years, she is the creator of Art and Science of Peaceful Parenting course, the host of Parenting Truth and Dare podcast, and author of children's books. Ritika uses elements of storytelling and empathic coaching in helping parents see changes in their lives. She also conducts teacher training on variety of topics, including building a growth mindset, learning to learn, and lateral thinking skills. She was she was recently awarded the Rex Karma Veer Chakra to 2023 for her contribution in the field of education.
And the final panelist to our leftmost is Dr. Vandana Gulia.
Cyber safety learner and speaker. She specializes in cyber safety awareness, education for educational institutes, law enforcement agencies, enterprises, etc. Based in India and the UK, her company has been running various programs, trainings, and workshops to train people, organizations, and police officers to understand cyber threats. Her programs and trainings offer strong defense against cyber frauds and attacks. Dr. Gulia is also the founder of No More Missing, a national-wide initiative, which helps authorities in finding missing children and restoring safety to children. See Pranav Mukherjee. Pranav Mukherjee.
Thank you, Dimple. Well, I think you interview. Now I request Manaji to kindly proceed. Thank you.
So thank you so much for being here and asking for the team. So I request you that we will try to finish it as soon as possible so that you can enjoy your tea and I can understand all of you must be tired. So today we are, even since morning, I was listening to everyone and what is quantum mechanics and she gave a beautiful list of whatever quantum dash we learned during the tour. Lot of terms we use. And now this particular section is going to be very different because we have talked from the industry point of view, we have talked from the school point of view, and all others. If we don't complete the group, if we don't take care of all the stakeholders, and parents are very, very important part of the entire cycle. वो पहले बोलते थे ना कि अगर किसी भी बच्चे को बड़ा करने के लिए जो पूरा village is required. So you cannot escape without talking about the parental awareness about the quantum world. So the next term, I don't know where is she, I think Bhavna was talking about that. So another term which we need to add to that is quantum parenting. So there are two things. One is parental awareness about the quantum world, and that parental awareness, I think, should be called as quantum parenting. We talked about responsible parenting, conscious parenting, but quantum parenting is very different. And before I start and I invite the panelists here, I would like to share a few of my experiences. I remember when I started working with Professor Pant in 98. My child was 6 months old, and I was working with him on online education. And I used to sit there, I think, for 3 to 4 hours, and it was the dialing system because we used to dial and then I used to plan that how can we develop certain games or certain programs with the help of online education. And that time I was also working as a consultant, as a counseling psychologist with a company who was dealing with students. And using those CDs, game CDs, I used to administer the play therapy with kids. 6-month-old child, my Professor Pant told me that, why don't you do online counseling? I said, sir, who has computers? Why online counseling? I'm a psychologist. That touches required, that empathy, sensitivity, unconditional regard, everything came to my mind. And I did not start online counseling. And here I am sitting here, sharing the session on parental awareness about the quantum world when my own child is 25 years old. So that is the journey. I think in this one experience, I have said it all. I did not have that vision. Being a career counselor, being a psychologist, and I missed the train. In fact, I would say I missed the train that time, but I got it very soon because I understood what he's saying and understood fully 360 degree in the past 10, 15 years. So at that time, we were developing, software for career counseling. So having said that, parents are so important because if I'm not aware as a parent that online counseling is important or anything else is important, I can guide my own child forget about the world. So now here when I'm sitting here, I will be sharing my experience as both as a parent and as a psychologist. So yesterday we were having a session in India International Center. So all the class 12 students were there, along with their parents and one elder brother also came. So we were just having a discussion. So the elder brother said, "Ma'am, I would like to share something." He did his BTech and he was a very active member of EDU. And somehow he got so interested in engineering that after completing his BTech, he did not want to continue as an engineer, but he wanted to do international relations. So he walked up to his parents. He belongs to Kolkata. That I'm very confused. I've already finished my BTech, but I'm more interested in IR. So first the father asked, "What is IR?" So okay, international relations. So he just looks at his son. That's exactly how he told me. He said the father just looked at me and said, "Work hard." He said, "Work hard, but in what? In IR or BTech?" Parental abuse. Parents did not know. Just saying work hard means what? Today, in today's world, it's not only work hard, you need to work hard very smartly. And the parent could not guide him. And he's working somewhere now, he did his international relation finally. But that doesn't solve the purpose. And many times I hear parents saying that today's kids are very smart. We learn a lot of things from them. And I'm one of them. I also say, oh, I learned a lot of things from my son. And if I'm able to say anything which he doesn't know, I have a sense of achievement. That I know something which he doesn't know. I would say earlier, in initial times, parents used to be the Google. Children used to look up to the parents. कि जो भी क्वेश्चन पूछना है मामा पापा को तो आता ही है. My son also had the same view by the way. So, I try to be a very good mother and I try to teach him social studies. So he tried once or twice and said, Mama, I need it. I will manage. So now it has become very fast. One particular parent literally cried when she was an IS officer. She said, I feel so insulted at home because my son says, Aapko to kuch aata nahi. So because of that, she used to feel frustrated and that spoiled the entire relationship between, the child and the mother. Anyway, then I had to say, don't worry, the psychologist, I had to hear this. Yeah, so that's okay, because at home, children are expected a lot, but now they have to do it. First of all, they will not come to you first. They will just Google. So, and if they find the answer, they don't need it. So, when the awareness is increasing so much, and I hear so many parents saying that yesterday only, because these girls are joining the university, so I was just, mothers were also there. So they were just telling me, I improvised on my vocabulary that there are certain words which they use as a lingo, that giving this means something and saying this means something else. So I was also listening to it and I was seeing that the mother was trying hard. And she was saying, oh, now I also know these words. She's smiling, so she can relate to what I'm saying. And I'm like, mothers also start, they also try to learn. So when we are trying to look smart, we are trying to feel smart, we are trying to look knowledgeable in front of our kids as far as these languages, dresses are concerned, then it's also very, very important that we need to be on the same platform when we are talking about the future. That means a parent should also know about the quantum world or whatever quantum mechanics, quantum biology, whatever terms we have used. Because otherwise, how are you as a parent, how are they going to have a conversation? Where will be the dialogue? You cannot keep talking about working hard. You need to talk about, okay, how can you work smartly and survive in this quantum world? So as a parent, I need to understand. And today, like my learning was, like my son was talking about that he wants to be in sustainability. Suddenly it struck me that quantum is related to everything. So today I'm going to go back and I'm going to have that sense of achievement that you should think about quantum sustainability or the role of quantum mechanics in sustainability. I don't know. I will have more discussion and I will come up with the right word. But it is everywhere. So having said that, now as a parent, we are dealing with all sorts of age groups. So that is the reason I have three panelists here, and all three of them are going to talk about parenting or parental awareness for the quantum world for different age groups. Although I'm going to start with Richa Mandya, who's going to talk about parental awareness for the preschoolers. But before Richa starts, I will just say that I personally feel, Professor Pant, that parental awareness should start with expected mothers.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to,
you tell me a polite way of conveying this to it.
I'm working on the program, by the way. I'm working on the program, working with the hospital, and I'm going on. Because that's very, very important, because parenting doesn't start with the birth of the child. Parenting starts with the thought that I want to do. And it's very, very important.
So I have seen studies, especially in Australia and other countries where prenatal fetal testing is not illegal, that I have a whole article, last line is, the womb is also a class.
So So Chakravarti in Mahabharata, I think
Yeah, yeah.
was not wrong. It happened.
And children learn their mother voice, various things, sounds, etc. during that. Because the capacity, the cognitive capacity of that infant or fetus is developed during those 3 months or after 3 months. So my problem is I'm knowing how to go to baby.
So looking at that. So when you're watching.
Readiness. Grow and develop the child of develop children optimally nurturing care. So these five interrelated and indivisible components of nurturing care are good health, adequate nutrition, safety, security, responsive caregiving, and opportunities for learning. So these are the major nurturing that every parent must know, just like father knows the best. Children will always need the nurturing of the parents and support, but they are not the blank slates that we assume coming into a physical lifetime. So, the future of tomorrow, that is quantum children, we need to understand that they are advanced souls that are here to help all of our humanity move into a new reality. So as parents we are operating in an unknown territory. We need to move into a new level of flexibility with all of our parenting. We need to understand that each of our child has talents and gifts and uniqueness that they wish to express. So love them fully with all your heart and celebrate their uniqueness. We also need to understand that quantum kids are providing us with the example of where we are moving towards. And we have a great opportunity so to model them as we move through our own shifts. Also, children will always need us nurturing and support. So this is always going to be very important, but managing aspect of parenting needs to be diminished greatly. Our job as parents is to support the child to the highest potential and allow them to their path. So what would be extremely helpful to all the for all the children is parenting through the flow instead of structure. So this will only happen when you, as a parent or a grandparent, being willing to throw everything that you thought you knew out of the window at any given moment and take a complete new trajectory based on the given moment. Conditioning the limits. A lot has changed in the society and consciousness over the past years. So in past, many cultures had a belief that negative reinforcement was a way to raise strong and tough. Used to say, spare the rod and spoil the child. Discipline was the name given. Discipline was the name given. If you were negative, then you will be. If you are positive, then you will be considered soft. So as a consequence, we had a drill sergeant father and dragon moms. So if you weren't tough enough, you wouldn't succeed. Parenting was based on the concept of survival for the fittest in many households. Everything was push, push, push because that was how we would survive in this dog eat dog world. So society has gotten better, but still remains a lot of conditioning. So let's move to positive psychology. I am a firm believer of positive psychology. There are some useful thoughts that have come up in this area. what psychologists have found is we perform better in every area when done in positive environment. So no shock to be there. People love positive encouragement and recognition. Yet most people in our society are conditioned to use these as a reward for achieving as an engine that performance. So you as a parent or grandparent have the added benefits of being able to express to pat on the back, a gentle smile, and don't underestimate the power of your voice. So what you say and how you say it can have effects that can last a lifetime. So these are different techniques that you can teach the small preschoolers. Like you don't have to teach physics for a 2 or 4 year old. A simple sign would work. Like drop a ball, toy or cup, whatever babies learn. This trick dropping and having their parent pick up the toy over and over again, they try to make them understand that this is called as gravity. And this is children also slowly children also develop an understanding towards physics concepts. You can also roll a car or a similar toy with wheels across the floor and watch the deceleration, motion, and inertia. Like float a boat in your child's bath water and demonstrate buoyancy. Do experiments with magnets and demonstrate how food goes from hot to cold or cold to hot. So there are easy scientific experiences that you can give your preschoolers as a parent, like using a magnifying glass or a microscope attachment on your phone to explore the world of tiny. Visit a public observatory or a planetarium to see the universe. And please believe me, that kids enjoy it. They really like it. Like use a bubble solution with a coat hanger in a square shape to explore the resonant membranes. Glow crystals at home. Like I also have two kids. The elder one is 4 years old and the younger one is 2 years old. So they like. I have brought a science experiment kit from the uh, from the from the nearby market, and they really love playing like making colors. Mama, see yellow plus red. I have mixed it, and it has become orange color. So they are learning colors. They are mixing colors, so actually, kids love doing science experiments. So never underestimate your kid. Like he is younger and he cannot learn science at a younger age. So even 2 to 4 years old kids can also start doing science experiment. You can grow crystals at home. Go to a local museum to see the work of archaeologists, anthropologists, botanists, and biologists. Join the fields of the naturalist group. Buy a simple robot kit from an electronics or a science experiment kit for kids. So children benefit from parent-child relationship that is verbally rich and emotionally supportive. We need to understand that we have to forget the old structure of parenting. Instead, we need to go with the flow. That is very much important in for today's parents. You need to set high standards for your child and see your children in their highest light. Also, please remember that the optimum ratio of positive expression to the negative expression must be 6 is to 1 only. Focus on growth in learning. You create growth mindset within the child. Play with the practices of positive psychology. And also watch the dosage. Parent education. So there are different programs to teach parents to enhance the home environment in ways that benefit the children's learning to take various forms and may produce substantial outcomes. Some of the some of the parent education programs are prodigy education. For example, prodigy math game, prodigy math tutoring. In education.com, they are also teaching learning activities to the preschoolers, games, and they are giving small worksheets as well. Even Khan Academy are conducting such uh, programs, Duolingo, NASA at Home, YouTube Kids, Google Arts and Culture, National Geographic Kids.com, Ford Spark Academy. They all are supportive for parent education. So parent education it also includes home visits by parent educators, group sessions led by previously trained parents, and workshops and courses taught by experts. Even there are also child development institutes that provide access to books and articles so that parents can read and understand how to talk to the children, how to behave with the children, so that we can also shape ourselves to teach the quantum kids. Family strengthening and parenting, parent skill training workshops, national parenting center is there, parent encouragement program is an online parenting program to spread awareness regarding parental education. Even US Department of Education is working and giving access to direct resources for parental education. So there are different universities also, for example, Illinois Quantum Information for Science and Technology. It is working for parental education. Even the museums, you can make your children visit museums of science and quantum physics for kids.com. So for parents of preschooler adapting to emerging quantum era, the core message is simple, very simple. Don't underestimate your students. Kids enjoy everything that is taught to them through fun. Thank you. And also here are some books like I usually I give to my children quantum computing for babies for younger kids, and Chris Perry and Woody have done a very good job in making simple concepts easy. Can we have it? Yeah, yeah, sure. So yes. And there are different books by Chris Perry, Quantum Physics for Babies, and Quantum Information also. And even David Havok have given the space book. So there are different books nowadays. You can start your kids' education from the basic level.
Thank you so much, Richard. That's really very informative. And I think, as you rightly said, from that Newtonian parenting, we have to move towards again quantum parenting, which is the holistic approach. Because various researchers have also proven that neurologically speaking, the kind of environment the child gets, every cell gets programmed. So every cell is actually a representation of the entire body. So when you get a positive environment, then the curiosity, the empathy, the compassion, all the positive qualities also are also there. And I think one thing which I think see that you don't need to kill the curiosity of the child. Many a times when a parent doesn't know the answer, we say, any question, or we just ignore the question because we ourselves don't know the answer. But with these books on quantum, I think both can be a part of the modern philosophy.
I don't know. I have not seen this, but I have I don't tell them the answer. Check in the Google. If you don't get the answer, come back.
No, because these are preschoolers, and they have to have the multi.
There are quantum parents out there. They have come 8:30 in the morning. They're leaving. You can just give a thank you to them. They came with their kids, ma'am. All 11th and 12th periods of the school. I think they have to go as done.
So now next I invite Ritika to talk about parental awareness for students from the age group of 9 to 14.
So good evening, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for being here. You could have been anywhere else on a Sunday evening, and I so appreciate that you chose to be here. And a big round of applause to Professor Pant for actually getting us all in this room. The reason why I'm asking you to clap is also because of state change. We talked about state change in the morning, right? It's important to get our state change, the electrons moving from one energy level to the other. So I'm going to show you quantum mechanics happening in life, in real life right now, real time. So just by a show of hands, how many people here feel that they have a quantum mindset? Now that you've heard about quantum since morning, how many by a show of hands have a quantum mindset?
I'm sure I have.
Sir, आपको उठाना ही पड़ेगा. Okay, great. By a show of hands, can I know how many of you would like to have a quantum mindset? I hope that's the entire room, right? That's what we are here for. So I didn't really break down parenting into this segment of 9 to 16 or 6 to 12. The quantum mindset is really relevant to all of us sitting here, even the students that are sitting here. But I'm going to relate it to the parenting bit, but also this, I can tell you that by the end of this presentation, you will feel that you are equipped to have a quantum mindset. You may not be fully aware of what quantum technologies are, what the future holds, but how do you approach it and how do you think in the perspective of the minutest is what you will learn. In my introduction, the little student, she said that I'm a storyteller and I'm a children's author. So I try to bring in stories everywhere because that's exactly the way I learn, and I hope it's useful for all of you. So we are going to talk about the elephant in the room. Okay. Has anybody here heard of the story, The Five Blind Men and the Elephant? Okay, I'll repeat it for the benefit of those who haven't. So in this town, there were 5 blind men who had come, and they obviously, because they were blind from birth, they had never really experienced what an elephant is. So everyone went up and touched a particular body part of the elephant. So the blind person that touched the trunk said, "Oh, I didn't know the elephant actually is like a what? Like a snake." Exactly. The person who was touching the side of the elephant said, "Oh, now I know the elephant is like a wall." The one who touched the ear of the elephant said, "Oh, the elephant is like a fan." Somebody else touched the tail of the elephant and said, "Oh, I didn't know the elephant is like a rope." And then the fifth person touched the leg of the elephant and said, "Oh, I didn't know the elephant is like a pillar," right? So here, can we see a little bit of the observer effect coming in? What we are observing is what we understand, right? And sometimes what we observe will change its state, as what we've learned, right? That you start observing and it changes its state. For example, this happens with my son a lot. He's a footballer, he's a soccer player, and every time he masters a particular move, he'll do it 2-3 times and he's like, "Mama, dekho, dekho." And jaise dekho, dekho, wo hota hi nahi hai. So I think that is observer effect in action, right? Because that he says, whenever I ask you to see, then I'm not able to do it. So at a quantum level, that's what's happening. So today I'm going to draw some parallels between quantum mechanics and parenting for middle schoolers. This is actually applicable to parenting overall as well. We talked about electronics and semiconductors. We talked about this since morning, right? But the way I interpret this in a relationship point of view, or especially in the parenting realm, is the art of adaptability, right? So tiny particles like electrons, they are moving from one energy state to the other, they're changing their state, and they're adapting based on the electrical signals that they're receiving. Now, in the parenting realm, how we can look at this is, can we adapt to the changing needs of our children, especially as they move from, let's say, the preschool age to the middle school age, where maybe their friends are changing, maybe the teachers are changing, the curriculum is changing, everything is changing. But we expect the children to adapt seamlessly, right? We feel that it should come naturally to them, but they may need a lot of hand holding. They may need a lot of understanding of what might be going in their internal thought process and in between their ears, the thoughts and the little voice between their ears. So we have to help them and guide them through these circuits of life. So make sense? The electronics and semiconductors teach us the art of adaptability. The second is the multifaceted problem solving aspect that we learned of quantum computing, right? So in parenting, I think the problem, it's every relationship can tend to be a problem factory, right? Every new age will bring you a new kind of issue to work with. And sometimes the solutions are not very straightforward. You might have to look at different options, right? In terms of making the right bond with the child, having the right kind of communication environment, the right ecosystem at home, which makes them feel that they have a safe space to come to. So embracing that, embracing the multiple perspectives and solutions, and understanding that our children also are living in a very different world. We've been talking about children who are born post Facebook, post Google. I think in another 3 years we'll talk post quantum computers, right? Children who are born post quantum computers. So their reality is going to be vastly different from ours. The important skill as parents, because all the parents are sitting there, I say the important skill that we need to really embrace is the fact that solution एक तरह से नहीं आएगा, with different aspects सोचने पड़ेंगे, and we have to collaborate with different experts in the fields, right? Because सब कुछ हमको नहीं पता है. We have to work with different people. We have to make ourselves aware that parenting is not to be done on autopilot. Okay, it is not to be done. It has a generational impact. How our grandparents parented our parents made a difference to how they parented us, made a difference to how we are parenting our children, right? So you see that there is a whole generational link there. MRI. I had the, I should say, bad fortune of getting an MRI done last year. I am very scared of the MRI machine. And last year I had to get into it, and I literally prayed for those 10 minutes, but somehow those 10 minutes seemed to pass quite quickly. But really looking beneath the surface is what this MRI technology in terms of parenting can teach us, right? A lot of times we feel that our child is not talking to us properly, or they're being disrespectful, or they're not really behaving in the way that we have nurtured them to behave. But we really have to dig down deeper to understand what might be going beneath, what are those quantum thoughts in their mind, which maybe they are also not aware of, that we need to really be patient and hold the space for them, right? How many of you here feel that you feel more comfortable talking to somebody who doesn't judge you or doesn't give you an answer immediately, right? They hold the space for you. So they allow you to talk, they allow you to express yourself, and sometimes you don't even need them to give you a solution. After just telling them, you feel lighter and you feel you've got your own solution, right? So that's where we need to be. Understanding what's truly happening inside. And as parents, we have to look beyond the surface behaviors. Especially post-COVID, I'm getting a lot of parents who are coming to me and talking about the fact that their child has been diagnosed with ADHD, a lot of attention issues, a lot of impulsivity issues as well. So why might those why are those behaviors manifesting is something that you need to understand, rather than simply saying that this is how the child is. Energy and lighting, these are all quantum examples, right? These are what I'm talking about, whether it is MRI or solar systems or whatever, solar panels, all of these are quantum phenomena, but I'm linking them to your parenting journey. So like light, it eliminates and it illuminates and eliminates darkness. Our guidance and wisdom can light their path and helping them see the way through complexities. And again, here, all of the things that we've been talking since morning, if we are in the dark, then how are we going to light up the room for our children, right? And you don't need to know everything, right? And you don't need to benefit the whole world. So there is a very interesting saying which I like. I don't have to be the sun to light up the world. I can just be a lamp and light up my street. And that is enough. If I learn enough to really give the right kind of impetus to my child to go and explore fearlessly, I think I've done my job well. I don't need to really leave a legacy per se. Chemical bonds, the strengths of connection, right? All of these again are quantum phenomena. At the quantum level, atoms bond with each other and they change this connection so that the bond is stronger and it is more stable. So the bonding process, I can draw parallels to parenting, is strong emotional bonds provide stability and security, right? And our speaker here just talked about these basic needs of a child, especially since she was talking about the preschooler age. Safety, security, being seen, physiological needs being met. You can't even talk about, purpose unless these are met. So we have to form strong connections, and middle school is a wonderful age. You should not miss that train, because this is the time when the child needs that kind of support, and they need to feel that yes, their family is going to be with them. It doesn't matter that whether they take this career or that career or this or that, whatever. You are holding the fort for them, and that's what they need to know. God, it is, of course, we understand that through the atomic clocks, the quantum mechanics, power of having a clear direction. And like one of our speakers also mentioned, and like ma'am mentioned, that there is no idea. If parents feel that generally suggestion they do work hard, but work hard in which direction? Work hard in being silly, or work hard in being lazy, or work hard towards what? So we don't have the luxury nowadays. In this day and age, we don't have the luxury to say, I don't know about this, right? You can always learn. What you should be saying, I don't know, is I don't know about my child. And if anybody here feels that you know your child, I think that is one myth that we need to overcome, because we don't know what they are thinking, right? We have to be in that space of I don't know, because only in that space we will be like an empty vessel to understand exactly what they are feeling. If we are already thinking कि मेरा बच्चा ऐसा है, ऐसा है, ऐसा है, that means we have no space to really understand what they're going through. Instincts and innovation. So since morning we've heard a little bit about the migratory. Informed me about this, that they I read about it, that they have a certain protein in their eye. The migratory birds have a certain protein in their eye which is very sensitive to the magnetic fields, a change in magnetic fields. So they are actually this change of the direction for the bird, they are also consciously aware. It is happening at the quantum level. So again, since these major feats are being achieved even without us knowing, we have to understand that these wonders are happening within our child. We talked about things like soul. We talked about things like consciousness. We can't pinpoint where our soul is. We can't pinpoint where our consciousness is. We can't even pinpoint where our mind is. We know where our brain is, but we don't know where our mind is, right? It's a sort of a combination of thoughts and our history and where we come from. So understanding that is crucial in the parenting role. So I'll end with a couple of more stories. Has anybody heard of the? Okay, it's an old Cherokee tale where a grandfather is telling a grandson that in life there are two wolves inside of us. One is a good wolf, and that wolf represents kindness and bravery and love. And the other wolf is a bad wolf, and that wolf represents things like fear and hatred and greed. So the grandchild stops for a second and asks, well, grandfather, which one wins? And the grandfather says, the one you feed. So to me, this tale is representative of the idea of superposition, right? We have the good in us, we have the bad in us. Whatever we feed at any point is what is going to thrive. Why I'm telling you this is because I think you may forget a lot of the technical stuff that you've heard, especially if you're not from the background of science or physics, but maybe these stories will stick with you. Maybe some remind you to be a more conscious and aware parent. Even the concept of entanglement, right? Or things like the butterfly effect, if you've heard about it. So this story, the starfish thrower, is a story of a little girl. She was walking by the beach and she saw there was a huge storm that was coming. So the starfish were being pushed to the shore. So she picked up a starfish and then she threw it back into the ocean. And then she did it with the second one. So there was an old man who was watching her, and he said in his dream that, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? This is not going to make a difference to all the starfish, right? But the girl stopped and she said, you know what? It made a difference to that starfish. So small, minute steps that you take will make a big difference. You may not see it now, but like we were talking about roots in the morning, right? Your roots determine your roots. So unless you have put the right effort in growing those roots through small, microscopic, atomic habits, atomic efforts, you'll not see the difference. So lastly, embracing uncertainty, preparing for non-linearity. I think I'm the poster girl for non-linearity, sir. Honestly, like I have an engineering background. I did my BTech. I went to the US, worked in information technology, then came back to India, worked in education, then started writing for children. Then now I'm a parenting coach. So I don't see any linearity in my journey, but I think that's the beauty of it, right? And we can expect that from our children. I'm actually quite blessed to have parents who never for once asked me, what are you doing with your life? They were always fully involved and almost in awe of what I was doing, even when I was doubting myself. And probably that's why I'm doing what I'm doing and I'm speaking to all of you. So Thank you for your time. Very quickly, if any parents are here and you need any support or guidance, this is the link to my WhatsApp group. You can scan this QR code. It will take you directly to my free WhatsApp group. I put a lot of content. There's a lot of good discussion that happens. More than 400, 350, 400 parents on this group. And if you're not a parent, please feel free to scan this and leave a review if you found value. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And what I can gather from the presentation, there are two things: quantum parenting, the parenting of the quantum world, and I think depending on the age group, it starts with the quantum parenting. Child goes out at a stage where he needs to decide about his career, then as a parent, to be aware of the quantum world. And I was just reflecting on that, because when a child is born, the child is actually born with trillions of nerve cells. And whatever kind of environment you put the child, these nerve cells make association. They get connected. So more connections, more association. If the child doesn't get a very stimulating environment, these nerve cells are right now. And then they are never regenerated. So I think that is the reason it is very important that as parents we have to give that kind of stimulating environment. I think that for preschool and for middle school, how can you teach as a parent the quantum? I have not looked at the books, but twice I heard of migration words. So it is so simple. So yeah, so I just finished the example. So many times we tell our kids, देखो सर्दियों में ना winters में ये वाली birds यहाँ आ जाती है. Our conversation stops there. Our conversation has just the explanation. In fact, as a parent, if I'm not zoology student or I don't know the reason, I will say हाँ सर्दी होती है गर्मी होती है तो weather different गर्मियों में यहाँ पर birds आते हैं. If I'm aware that I can introduce a little bit, which you were just mentioning, ice protein होता है, electromagnetic. I don't need to sit with the book. I don't need to tell the child that, okay, come, I will teach you quantum. I'm just standing on my balcony and I'm just talking. The learning is happening just through conversations, learning in corridors, what we do. Yeah. Just basically, I think I missed the part of what resources as a parent you can use for improving your knowledge about quantum. I think some of the ones that I found were Quantum Magazine. There is a magazine by the name of Quantum Magazine. There is Quantum for Kids. Qubit, that Qubit is another one. And there is I can show to the foundation. So no extra value. So now let's move to Vanna, which she's going to talk about quantum readiness for parents.
Hello everyone. So I've deleted most of the slides because everything by now has already been covered. So what I'm going to share with you is my personal journey to the learning, of understanding the perspective of science and the journey of learning of a teenager, because as a parent I observed it. So it all began one day on a debate, an argument about, does God exist? My son asked me this. So I told him, for me, I have discovered my own version of God, but I think that's your journey to find out for yourself whether the God exists or not, or in what way do you perceive God. And then it slowly went on to become a discussion about religion, and he said that I believe that a lot of times religion is used to threaten people into to subdue them into submission. And I said yes, but a lot of times religion is used to deliver important lessons, because we can't expect everyone to have scientific mindset. For example, fasting, it's inculcated into religion because it's good for us, and now it's proved by various scientific theories that everybody should experience, practice such things once or twice in a year. So, slowly taking one step at a time and understanding and understanding that his horizon has expanded now. Now he's not a small fish which I can contain through my knowledge. So what I did was to guide him towards more books and more information and more knowledge, which will satisfy his curiosity about understanding what life is, what universe is, how we are seeing things the way we are, and how we can better perceive things. And it led to his understanding, deeper understanding of such unbelievable concepts. Once we were traveling from Delhi to Udaipur in a train, and throughout that journey, he gave me a dumbed down version of the book by Stephen Hawking, The Brief History of Science. And I learned about a lot of scientific things which I was not aware of earlier. And I actually was in awe and I marveled at how a young person sees all that knowledge and information which has been curated for grown-ups. So this was very exciting experience for me. And as is coming from him, I expanded my knowledge and I had to expand my horizons of learning new things to satisfy his curiosity, to provoke his curiosity, and at times give him the answers of the questions which he would just throw at me and just look at me for answers. So one day, it was middle of the night, almost 3 o'clock. His boards were going on, and he came to me that to talk to me. He was really anxious, and he said, "My physics exam is in 2 days. My maths exam, which happened today, went terribly, horribly wrong, and I think I made a lot of mistakes. Either I'm going to fail or I'm going to top the class. But I'm not able to focus on my, preparation of the next exam. It's impacting it so much. I'm not able to sleep. I'm not able to study. I don't know what to do. Say something so that I can stop thinking about it." And I looked at him. It was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. I looked at him and I said, "Schrodinger's cat." He nodded and he said, "Good discussion." And we went back to sleep. So what he and I exchanged was this very famous thought experiment in which there is a paradox of quantum superimposition, wherein a hypothetical cat in a box is perceived to be both dead and alive at the same time unless it is observed. So until the box is open, the cat is both dead and alive. So what he understood from this one word was an entire lecture of motivation and telling him, "Don't worry, it's going to be all right," and all of those things. Teenagers don't want to hear that. They want encapsulated information, which is precise, which is well thought of, which is relatable, and that is what I did. There are some theories in quantum world which baffles even the top scientists today, Einstein and Feynman and such like minds, which actually even common people like us can understand them if put to us in the simple language. What I have understood is that science doesn't require a precise wording or a definition for us to explain something to a person who knows a little bit about it but wants to know a little bit more. So what I have practiced in my life while talking to my teenage son and several other children is that I give them the understanding of how I perceive science without kind of entangling them in the difficult and very complex definitions. And there was a time when he was leaving India, he was going for his further studies, and he asked me, he said, "Aren't you worried? I'm going so far away from you. You will not be able to be with me. You will not be able to see me." So I said, "Well, I am a mother. I am present at two places at the same time. I am here and I am there. Don't you worry. This is a good luck and a bad luck for both at the same time for you. You will not be able to get out of it even if you wanted to." So what I always inculcated in him was that everything is possible even when it's not possible. Why stop where logic ends? Why stop what science cannot explain? Because something that has not been explained right now doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And quantum theories, one after another, have proved that we need to understand more. The more we understand, the less we understand actually. So I have gifted my son the gift of curiosity, innovation, intuition, analysis, reason, the freedom to debate and argue with me. When he understands something better than me and he wants to tell me that I know nothing about it, so that freedom is between us. What also I have given him is the gift of being unreasonable. Like I said, where science stops, where the definitions end. There is another realm to be discovered after that. So it's an amazing gift not to think that what we know, everything ends there. So there is this amazing revolution called citizen science revolution. And I'm particularly fond of it because I've spent some time around this. It has helped me a lot to understand those complex problems of science. And it kind of is designed in a way so that everyone can understand what actually future sciences present to us. So this is a very interesting game which is designed by a physicist so that every common person can go online and play this. And what they are doing is it's a simulation game actually. It is designed so that players can contribute. It is designed by this physicist actually. His name is Jacob. Now what he has done is that he aims to create a quantum computer with the help of gamers all around the world. So when people are going on this quantum moves game and they're playing the games, secretly everything is being curated and those inputs from gamers are actually helping these scientists to design a quantum computer, harnessing the intuition and the power of people right from where they are. And his project is called Science at Home. Now, if you go to his website, sorry, you will find a treasure of resources, opportunities. Now, I have actually encouraged my son to intern at one of his projects. You know, various things like games for even little children. These games are also from Science at Home. They cater to all age groups. Even grown-ups can go understand basic quantum science and actually participate in solving the complex riddles of quantum world without having the PhD in those sciences. You might not be a scientist. That doesn't matter. This person, this physicist, he is looking for people like us to solve those problems. Because what they believe is that once people have acquired the knowledge of science and they have acquired those degrees, they try and function with that bias that, okay, we know this much and this cannot be done. For example, when the theory of entanglement was presented to be proved, Einstein said, I don't want to touch it, it's spooky. Those were his exact words. So as a scientist, they have biases, but as common people, we don't. So website actually presents the opportunity to the scientists all across the world to study the quantum theories from the perspective of a person who has not studied science. How amazing is that? Another treasure of resources which I found, and I particularly was very hooked on to this. I have watched several of this person's videos. His name is Dominic, another physicist, very talented, and he presents all scientific theories in such simple terms, even a commoner will understand, a person with no science background. And they are very interesting, I must say. And you know, you can see his YouTube channel has 1.4 million subscribers. So he actually, this is a very, very interesting place to go if you want to suggest this to your teenagers for binge watching. I enjoyed binge watching all their videos. I have removed a lot of slides, but I will share some of the resources for quantum readiness in terms of career for people who are in 9 to 12 because they are getting ready to go out in the world and try and look for opportunity for themselves. So I'll share it on the group. Let's not take everyone's time here. What I want to say is that children from 9 to 12 can explore opportunities of internship. There are many places, like even at Science at Home, if you go to that website, you will find internship opportunities in the quantum field. So children can, or teenagers can actually begin exploring that world, showing their interest, contributing to it, and building a career in that field by interning. Several internship opportunities right now are available online. And of course, many resources have already been shared with you. I will also share them on the platform after this session. You can access them all. Like I said, I actually stringed everything to say what I wanted to say and which was sort of left out. There is this line which caught my attention. The more we know nothing. It stands true. In common people's language, it may be magic, but in scientists' world, it is a whole new world to be explored. So the amazing gift that we all can have and pass on to our children is to stay curious and to stay excited. Thank you so much.
And that reminds me, many times when parents come for career counseling, they will say that, मैम हम दोनों तो डॉक्टर्स हैं, इसको लिबरल आर्ट्स कर रहा है, सोशल स्टडीज कर रहा है, हमें तो आता नहीं। So, for science and humanities or maths and history, they have certain mindset, they were talking about quantum mindset. So, all these, I think, the resources which you have shared are brilliant resources for parents, because at least they will not say that none of us is quantum scientists, so we don't know what my child is talking about. So, you don't need to, and also, if you're an engineer, you don't need to know, what MBBS is all about. That's fine. At least have that particular knowledge that at least you are able to converse with your child.
At least,
thank you so much.
I want to say here, when your child comes to wake you up in the middle of the night, just listen. My last message from my son is, I can't wait to come to India and tell you about, and there is a two-line description of a new scientific concept I have no idea about. But I'm looking forward to it, as I have always. Like I said, he talks to me and he actually makes an effort to dumb things down for me so that I, as a person from a non-science background, can understand. I appreciate his effort. As a parent, what I can do is give him my time and attention and listen to him. That may be encouraging enough.
And that's exactly what we say, when somebody said, children learn what they live. So, when the curiosity and the excitement is from both the sides, our every cell also generates some energy, so we all of us have some kind of aura around us. So when both of you are in the same platform of learning, then it's a good process of parenting. Parenting is not about controlling the child. Parenting is going together. Thank you so much, and that brings me to one more point that we talked about such specific, individualized drugs. When I speak about some articles in that, we are saying that we can have the in-depth knowledge about the DNA, and then accordingly, drug can be provided, and the disease can be cured. What about parenting? Parenting also needs to be based on what your child needs. That's very important. If you're able to connect with that, then there is no boundaries.
There is a cure for those kind of parents. I agree with you. So, and oftentimes they're very simple things. I don't want to reiterate. Basic fundamental things. Like I said, the least you can do is when your child comes running to you with something exciting, you can sit down with them and say, okay, talk, I'm here.
Thank you, Vandana. And I know we are all just dying to have tea, but any questions for the family?
The first question that was to thank all of you for being here. We spent the day and interesting this. And to all the pioneers, including the very last one, to say things that are stimulating and interesting. I do not involve hours to treat media customers on the recorded speech and influence, but I will like only 3 sentences. First sentence is very relevant to this group. I am a great believer that every child that I see has the potential to do something that no human being has done before. That should be our aim, not doctor, lawyer, this, that, whatever, or quantum, etc. We have no idea what humans are capable of, and we should not limit people to that. So, engineer, to engineer, doctor, and the doctor, that is my first part. The second thing I want to say is that some of you might have had the feeling that it's a very small group of people, etc., etc. I want to share a story about a classroom in which there were only 3 people, the teacher and 2 students. This is a story about Chicago. Those of you who have some idea about Chicago, there is a lot of snow in the winter, and it's a story about a very well-known scientist from India called Chandrasekhar, who was a nephew of C.V. Raman. Her telescope is also named after him. Praise in astronomy, so it's called Chandrasekhar, is named after him. So he was staying in a house in the suburbs, knowing he wanted to go to his department to take a lecture. His wife said, why do you want to go to take a lecture on this? He said,
said, no, any student who has come there has made an effort to come there, and therefore I must go and do that. So he did take a class, go to the class. There were only 2 people in the class. He gave a lecture, the 2 persons attended the lecture. The interesting part is that lecture is going to go down in history because that is the only lecture where all the people got Nobel Prizes. And the Shankar got a Nobel Prize and the kids to the young country, they all got working. So the point is to put the effort, they are going to benefit from that kind of thing. The third thing I want to say, and it's very important for parents, don't think in terms of what you are seeing now. And especially in terms of education. Personally, my view, taking the education is wrong. So I just want to share with you a thing. You know that there are birds that sing but cannot fly? Emu, Mauritius, emu in the sixth sector. Education saves us from becoming human to a brain but don't know how to use that. The very danger that we are having is, and this is what the market and the authorities want. They don't want you to be able to use your brain. So then you are called nationality, right? This interesting. Any hint of a thinking mind is dangerous for the economy. What educators do is train your mind. And as they said, all kinds of physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, sociology, psychology, anthropology, whatever is worth thinking about. And it is a miracle of billions of years of evolution that we have come to the stage that we can do that. And the purpose of education is really to be able to train your mind to think. The final point is, which I am really amazed, that we have not still accepted that. Longevity has increased by leaps and bounds. I have senior colleagues who have got pension for more years than they do salary. I'm not talking theory. See, I was in IIT Kanpur. In IIT Kanpur, they would not appoint as a faculty until you done your PhD and you have taught about somewhere or whatever. Typically, age was 40 or so at which you became a faculty member in IIT Kanpur. They retired at 60. They are not on pension for more years than they do family. But the point is something else. The point is leading a useful life. Right? Once you are a human being and you have got your mind open, you want to be able to do that. And the big problem is, I know lots of people who by the age of retirement have lost the ability to do anything can be called life. Very good. To me, the future of education is about preparing you to lead the life. And the last thing that I want to say, you may not believe it, we are the last generation to die. After this, there will be no such thing as death out of old age. There will only be voluntary death. Either it is accident, or it is Israel bombing, or Iran bombing, or whatever, or Hiroshima or Nagasaki. But you won't die of old age. There is a solved problem, and it is to be just implemented. Now, many of you may be just what kind of an absurd thing is the concept. Now, the point is, we talk to science, biology, chemistry. There is no fundamental law which says that everybody is born like that. The religious people say this, all kinds of things there. And they say it on the basis of what? No principle. This the level they observe somebody, they constantly remove the person. That doesn't make it an universal. You pick up something, go back, it's all done. This was true till 4th October 1957. On that day, Russia put a company called Sputnik, which did not come. And after that, we are talking about everything started with GPS, etc. So there are so many objects which you push up but don't come down because you know. There are a lot of physics people here that if it is more than the escape velocity, which is equivalent kilometers per second, it won't come down. We don't know the escape velocity for light. Once we know what are the forces will get us rotate in that, and what is happening on that. We all know that one of the causes of aging is sleep adequacy. Where oxygen happens. Also know that those things aging very good. The other order of death is DNA. The kind of the DNA is called cellular, in which age and consequence for cellular age, which can and the Ramesh talked about enzymes, etc., all being part of quantum biology. So, the moment why I am talking about this quantum thing, where how to put the antioxidant is going to reduce the cellular age and anything that is there. So the point is that now you have to firstly, right now, you have to prepare for a life which is going to be. See, you will surprise. We thought only in Japan, the people who are more than 100 years old in Okinawa, in the Delhi, there are more than 20-year-old people, there are more than 100-year-old people. So only there is our kind of Anna and Sarita and then. So, 99 years as a young person. 89 years old as a young person. Yeah. So the point, all I'm trying to say is that we are in very exciting times and challenging times. And you will believe that aging can be a challenge. So anyway, we have a very nice discussion. We will hopefully created a group of people who will put further. And I wish you all the best and thank you for organizing it. I'm brother, and most of us we go each other. And Professor Emil Pant, yeah. Not for pointing today, I will request all the young students and everyone who will find like me also. Professor Pant came to our office in 2016 at Albury and told us, why don't you start a television? कैसी बात कर रहे हैं जो भी ऑफलाइन also go to only that time fund he was founder he started EDU TV and they've got billions of viewers now across 48 countries. A big hand for Professor Edmund Pant. I'm sure people who I think after today you have a lot of people, half of the people, sorry, lot of people who will be going quantum or not going quantum. And I love Professor Pant's idea. He told me, brothers, invite some students from schools to introduce to speakers and other people. Because in every young people and they are missing from there. And I'm very a big hand for all the students, principals.
Our interest in the morning, the parents were also here. So big hand for everyone. And it was pleasure meeting so many people whom I saw first time, Dr. Minu Arora offline today, and I complimented her. Ma'am, you look very young offline than online. Thank you so much. Same goes with yeah. Yes. I would request everyone to please come to the stage.
I would like to add one more thing.
So even if you know, I would like to, I think even Dr. Chipper, Hamra Chipper, she looks very young offline than online. Because she's Maya. Because she's a Maya. Okay. And it was also me, I'm proud to be Buyar. I work for Buyar, I manage and okay, great.
This is book which I wrote, Journey of Star, his biography. He narrated, I gave my work, and this is what I if you wish to read, please take it.
Oh, really take it. And I would like to also, please come on the stage. I would also like to thank Ms. Tanya Sethi. We are working together from last 17 years. Tanya, can you raise your hand? Tanya joined me when she was in class 12 in the year 2006. Thank you, Tanya. नहीं सर वहाँ मजा आएगा वरना ना तुम्हारा इन्फ्लुएंसर के शेयर कौन सी फोटो अच्छी आएगी जहाँ से आप खड़े वहीं से लाइन शुरू होगी। तो सीट तो बड़ा नहीं आएगा। अच्छा हाँ, बहुत ज्यादा लोग हैं। मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर तो अच्छा रहेगा ना, कुछ तीन लाइन हो जाएगी। ये सिस्टम तो देखा जाएगा तीसरा। बच्चा पढ़ Don't say anything. No, no, he doesn't have any problem. I say stop this thing. नहीं पंसर की जरूरत नहीं है। पंसर नहीं, अरे मैम, अरे he has no problem, boy. Baba, he has no problem. Why? He has no problem. You are understanding the problem. जो भी फोटो खींच रहा है, एक्सक्यूज मी सर, सर एक लड़ा कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन दे, जो भी फोटो खींच रहा है प्लीज मेरा पेज नहीं आना चाहिए। तानिया नाउ ओपन द वीडियो। मैं बोलूंगा 1 2 3, सब बोले हम, और मैं बोलूंगा 3 चीयर्स फॉर, सब बोलेंगे प्रोफेसर एम पंत। 1 2 3 नहीं, once again I will say 3 cheers for, loudly you say Professor Pant. 3 cheers for Professor Pant. Yes. Good.